Cool. We did it. We did it. Welcome in. If you are watching on YouTube, it's nice to have you. Thank you for joining the stream slash the video if you're not watching live. This was recorded live on Wednesday, July 29th. We started around noon. We're going to be doing some baking today. It is a recipe development today. We're doing a retro apple cake, which is a really simple apple cake. No icing, no actual physical like chopped up apples in it. Some basic ingredients: butter, sugar, applesauce, flour, baking soda, salt, spices, raisins, and a little bit of sugar on top. Nothing wild. That'll go in a pan and then go in the oven. We're going to make that once in an 8x8 pan and a second time in a muffin tin to see what cupcakes look like in this format, because I haven't made it into cupcakes yet. I've made it as a regular cake previously, but never in cupcake form. So I kind of just want to see if it'll work. We're making it really kind of as the recipe states today. This is an old recipe. It comes from this cookbook, which is the New Delineator Recipes Cookbook. It is from 1939. I'll show you the original recipe in just a moment. This cookbook comes from a collection of recipes that were published in a ladies' magazine of style and fashion from the 1800s until the 1930s, I believe. No, 1930s. Sorry, this came from 1929. So this is an old one. This cookbook happened to be my grandmother's, and then my mom had it, and now I have it. And I don't know where the original recipe is in here, but I will find it as we're chatting. We're also doing today a dinner from the refrigerator. Haven't really solidified exactly what that looks like, but it's going to have a sausage, lamb sausage, feta, carrots, herbs of some kind, probably an apple, quinoa, spinach, I believe. And that will be a little bit later. That'll be the second part of stream. Where are we? Here. There we are. Applesauce cake. Perfect. This is the one. What section of the book is this in? This is under cakes, of course. So we're gonna be working through that, and then we're gonna make dinner, and that is gonna be streamed today. If you are on YouTube and you're hanging out, welcome. Please hit the like button on the stream. Please subscribe to the channel if you are interested in live stream home cooking content. And if you're here live, welcome. If you're not live and you're like, who's he talking to? The chat is going to be down here on the horizontal stream and then right about here on the vertical stream. So if you are following along, please feel free to minimize the chat on YouTube and just take a look at the chat on the stream. Anyway, we were talking about Pop-Tarts a few minutes ago and what your favorite Pop-Tart is. Right. Ty says Wildberry Pop-Tarts. Okay. Is anyone a fan of the cinnamon Pop-Tarts? Those are the one. Gwen's folding laundry over there and says, me. I knew that, and I was curious if anyone else is. If she said, are you talking about my car snacks? Yes, but not complimentary, not derogatory. I'm just curious if anyone else enjoys the cinnamon Pop-Tarts. Mix, hello, welcome in. 280 check-ins. Good to see you, Mix. 280 is a Cookie Club entry. That is a multiple of 20. Command cookies in chat if you are curious about what Cookie Club is. It's a rule that whoever handles the book must have pretty nails. Well, we're gonna hopefully I qualify. Mrs. Wilding YouTube series of historic British cooking. Oh God, do they use salt? I hope they use salt. British aren't the British notorious for like? Aren't the British notorious for like flavorful food. Is that a thing? Am I making that up? Chocolate chip cookie dough Pop-Tarts raw. Love it. The Pop-Tart directly out of the package after you've like purchased them in the store is always satisfying, even if you're a warm Pop-Tart person. Trauma, hello, welcome in. Greetings and salutations. Tatsu, I know it's you. Hello. Your name can't fool me. It's still purple. If you toast, it's no longer cookie dough. Right, it is in fact just cookies. Camille says, I'm a fan of the brown sugar and cinnamon Pop-Tarts. Yes, the s'mores are good. So yeah, the brown sugar and cinnamon Pop-Tarts are Gwen's favorite. And so that's a common, like, grab it at the store. And every so often I'll get in the car and there'll be like an empty box of Pop-Tarts on the floor. And it's always the brown sugar cinnamon. Sometimes they're not empty. Sometimes there's like, they come in packages of like what, 4 or 5? Now you can't even look at the s'mores Pop-Tarts mix. I know. See, for reference for me, toaster strudel. That was for me, yes. Although I do love toaster strudel still. The very diverse supply of spices, right? Which did not come from Britain. Feral Terminator, hello. Under seasoned or just the same, very few seasonings and not much variety. Yes, I'm trying to be nice. I like, I don't want to be like British food is bland, because certainly that's not true. Ultimately, Gwen, give me this. Gwen said, you reminded me I had these in the car. Well, more specifically, what she said is you reminded me I had one left. So there, proof that I'm not lying. Compotes and pie fillings to freeze. Now I can get puff pastry and make them. Right. Yeah, puff pastry as an adult is like, oh, I didn't realize that everything that I loved came from this. Purple is the color of glamour and something. Purple is the color of royalty, in fact. It's why Royal Crown puts their liquor in little purple bags. The dominance of the spice trade. Right. Colonialism, we love it. We don't. Not that I could eat them anymore, Velis. I know, right? And it's like the gluten-free version is probably lacking. Gluten-free Pop-Tarts are an empty cellophane bag. Fruit Pop-Tarts, Ty says. Yes, I personally love the strawberry frosted Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts are too sweet for me, Shorman says, but I've only had the chocolate and the strawberry. They are very cloyingly sweet. They are fully fake, not at all real food, which is fine. Like, again, no judgment. But it's basically just like, 17,000 preservatives coated in sugar, which there's a place for that. And it is in the passenger seat of the car. For alternative, you survived a deer strike on a motorcycle without going down. How'd the deer do? Oh dear, that's an intense experience. That is a, like, you have that experience and you don't sleep for the next 12 hours because your adrenaline, there's so much adrenaline in your bloodstream after like nearly hitting a deer or hitting a deer in a vehicle or hitting an animal in a vehicle, which I've done like twice in my whole life, is just like, it spikes everything in your brain. And like, for me, no sleep. In the summer, the car toasted Pop-Tarts for you, mixed. That is incredibly true. See, for example, as well, the bag of gummy bears that were left in the car recently that literally melted and turned into a single gelatinous mass of a really unpalatable color. Britain says conquering the world for spices and utilizing none of them. Right, because you sell them, right? Yeah, glad you're okay though. Pulled out the duct tape and got the bike back on the road. Damn, that's just like, that's good. I'm glad you're okay. That is an intense experience. I freak out when I see like a squirrel on the side of the road. I can't imagine like actually hitting something like on a motorcycle either. Oh my God. Only strawberry Pop-Tarts, Moonlit says. Frosted and not frosted, usually toasted. I can't remember having a toasted Pop-Tart. I know that they're good. I'm positive they're good. I just don't remember ever having one. Or not, or let me say that. I know that I ate them as a kid. I don't remember having one since I was 11. I've had Pop Tarts since then. I just haven't toasted them. Um, when were Pop Tarts invented? When did Pop Tarts come into the market? I'm like, now I'm curious because I feel like Pop Tarts are older than I think they are. I'm guessing that Pop Tarts came into the market in the, I was going to say 60s or 70s. I don't think it was the 80s. I'm not sure. We're making applesauce cake today, though. We're not making Pop Tarts. Sad. I know. Let's take a look. This is the book. This is the book that this recipe comes from. It's called The New Delineator Recipes. So this is. Oh, hold on. Yeah, this has handwritten notes in it. 63. Thank you, Mix. Was that a guess or was that a guess or was that a like an actual thing? Look at this. The New Delineator. Look at this font. I love this font. But this is a fun little write-up in here. We'll read this out loud. The social life of a household centers about its dining table, and every accessory that builds the table picture furthers the art of gracious living. Gracious living. That's what we're doing today. Copyright 1929 by the Butterick Publishing Company, all rights reserved. Printed in the United States of America by the Cuneo Press Incorporated, Chicago. How to use recipes, measurements and equivalents, testing fat for frying, directions for frying, directions for mixing custard, simple menus. They have simple menus in here. That's kind of great. But this is from the cakes chapter. There's some really fascinating sandwiches and sandwich fillings. Anchovy and cheese sandwiches. 10 tablespoons Parmesan cheese, 10 slices of toasted bread, and 5 anchovies. That is a sandwich. Liver and bacon. We like that one. Oyster sandwiches, radish sandwiches, whipped cream sandwiches. Half a cup of cream, powdered sugar, 1/2 a cup of chopped nuts, and vanilla. Spread between very thin slices of buttered bread. Kids, we're having whipped cream sandwiches for dinner. Dad just hit the lottery. The cholesterol lottery. Pop-Tarts were invented in 1964, 63. Feral Terminator, thank you for the Discord pics. Cottage cheese and grape aspic. Avo, yup. This is probably predates aspic, honestly. Thought it was 64, so I went and checked. They were technically invented in 63 under a different name and released as Pop-Tarts in 64. It was an argument. That's amazing. Thank you for looking that up, too. Because I was like, these have to be older than I think. And in my head, Pop-Tarts just sprung into existence in the 80s when I was a child. But, like, obviously that's not true, you know? Hey, Japan does it. No, right? Anchovy canapes. Sardine canapes. I think there was one in here. It wasn't this cookbook. It must have been the other one. That has it was like mayonnaise and lard sandwiches. Now, this is 1929. So this is like we're like depending on what month this was published, this is like Depression era cooking food cookbooks. Now, this is from a ladies magazine of the age that had possibly an audience that was less affected by the Depression. I don't know. They were called Pop-Tarts to play on the budding pop art movement. Wow. Mix, that's a really great fact that I'm never going to forget. Never gonna forget that. Any spam recipes? No. Not in this one. I don't know if spam was spam around then? Was that a thing? Um Raisin eggs. Gelatin and cream desserts. Uh Pineapple ambrosia. That's a good one. Uh, but yeah, there's a bunch of different desserts in here. There's some basic stuff like normal stuff. Apple tarts. Great. Um, these are apple tarts with egg whites, lemon pie, casserole and oven cookery. I like that. Pigeons and casserole. This recipe calls for pigeons, like literal. Ingredient 1, pigeons. Ingredient 2, bacon. Ingredient 3, 3 tablespoons butter or fat. Ingredient 4, 1 Spanish onion. Ingredient 5, veal broth or white stock. Ingredient 6, vegetables as desired. Ingredient 7, flour. So this is the type of cookbook, right, where when I say it's lacking in detail, what I mean is it says clean and wash pigeons and tie a strip of bacon around each one. There's a lot that goes into like cleaning and washing and butchering a bird from its flying around state to the point where you can wrap bacon around it. And this just tidies all of that into one neat sentence and is like, you know how to do this because people did. So nowadays you'd have to have a whole section about how to clean the bird because the first time that someone was ever doing that would be like, this recipe sounds interesting. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm going to the roof and we're going to make squab casserole, which sounds fun. I'm making light of it. It's just a thing that like, isn't eaten as often, I would imagine, anymore. But I'm not making fun of it. There's a difference here. I'm not saying that like you shouldn't do that or that people were weird for having done that. Anyway, just point of clarity. Not Campbell's 50 style aspic recipes, but it's been a food preservation technique since the 1300s. Yes. I mean, this is true. There is a whole like section in here around gelatin, which I'm imagining would be there's probably some part of that for sure. Squab is pigeon mix. You're right. Lauren on YouTube, welcome in. Love old cookbooks. Have a collection myself. I'm getting a small collection of them. I think they're great. Mix. I mean, I know how to clean a bird conceptually. I haven't done it in 15 years. Carly, welcome. Thank you for your resubscription. I appreciate you. Tier 1 resubscription on Twitch. We love that. We love to see it when you just click the button and it subscribes. That's awesome. Thank you for being here. Not much meat on a pigeon besides breast meat. No, that's true. You could make stock out of the rest of it though. In the Great Depression, they would be using the whole pigeon. Totally mix. And I was like, yeah, stock, whatever. You could do that. Yeah, it is interesting because certainly what happened with this cookbook is like they were putting this together as the Depression was like gathering steam. I have a couple of other ones that are fascinating. We'll get to this one. We'll get to this one in just a second here. But I have a really interesting book from Rumford Spices, Rumford baking powder specifically. This one is from, I don't know when this one's actually from, but this one has a ton of like handwritten recipes in it from different people. This is also a book that I got from my mom, who got it from her mom. The Rumford Complete Cookbook. If there's an index in here, it's got like pasted stuff in it. This one actually in the back has directions on how to bone a fowl, right? It's the last page in the book. But this one has like here's a recipe for ice cream. That's great. Uh, 1 cup maple syrup, 3 egg yolks, pinch of salt. Cook in double boiler until thick. Cool. Chill 2 cups evaporated milk. Bowl and egg beaten. Beat milk until thick. Mix with custard. Freeze. Stir at 1 hour after putting in trays. Wild. But I have this book. This is the Rumford Complete cookbook. This one's kind of fun. Some more recent acquisitions are this book called Lee's Priceless Recipes. This one is like a little pocket tome. I keep them in the plastic too, because otherwise they'd kind of fall apart. But Lee's Priceless Recipes. This is from 1912. So this is a little piece here that's kind of fun. Mix, go make your own ice cream, right? My favorite is the ice cream balls that you can just like put all the stuff in and like literally roll it around. They're kind of fun. But this cookbook has a bunch of like different stuff in it. This isn't all like just food, but this has like molasses candies, coconut oil soap. It's like anything that you'd want to make at home. Almond milk, Angostura bitters. Like there's a recipe for bitters in here, like, right? Sacramental wine. Cements for other purposes. Concrete. There's a recipe for concrete in here. This one's kind of fun. This is a 3,000 secrets for the home, farm, laboratory, workshop, and every department of human endeavor. For recipes for every department of human endeavor. That's something else. Yeah, it is simple, Mix. It is pretty simple, but like if you've never done it before, it's like weird. The ball sucks. The ball definitely sucks, but like if you're giving it to children, like go on. Making ice cream in one of those balls is going to take you 7 hours. I bet it does have toffee in it. Although the index, it's funny because the index I feel like has a lot less than what the book actually has. The index is also kind of annoying because it has like to remove, to make, to cook, to shell, to fasten. It's like the word to, like the T is just a long thing. Another one I got recently is so I got this the Rumford Slide reference card. This was really fun. Yeah, teach the children to get good, right? Like, hey, it's World Cup season, kids. Go kick the ball and make some ice cream. And then they're like, we're tired. And you're like, shut up and kick. Anyway, I have ice cream in mind, which we're going to do on stream tomorrow. We're going to like do some ice cream prep. Calvin invited his friends over this weekend to make ice cream. And I'm like, okay, that sounds fun. You know, ice cream takes like 2 days to make, right? And he was like, no. I was like, yeah, it takes at least 4 hours if you don't like chill it overnight. And he was like, oh. So I was like, all right, we'll figure this out. So we're gonna do the stage magic thing where they make a batch of ice cream and then I pull a pre-made batch of custard out of the refrigerator and I'm like, here you go, kids. Take the next step. You don't have to wait overnight. So this is a fun little piece that we got here. This is a slide reference chart that has different stuff: brownies, drop cakes, coconut squares, oatmeal cookies, lemon cookies, ginger wafers, hermits, whatever hermits are, sugar cookies, almond squares. So this is a fun little thing where you have the like cups and ingredients and you slide it through and it just tells you what to do. By Mrs. Lily H. Wallace, who is in fact the same named Lily H. Wallace from the Rumford Cookbook. Lily H. Wallace apparently was the teacher of and lecturer on home economics for Rumford, the Rumford Company in Providence, Rhode Island. It's very fascinating. And then the directions are also in a slide out on the back. So that's super fun. Mix, thank you. That is the perfect use of that command. And then the last one that I got, which I haven't made anything from yet. Oh, we got this too, the Hamlin's Formulae, which is very similar to Lee's Priceless Recipes, which has formula for lots of different things. Spirits, let's see, extract of Lily of the Valley, extract of Moss Rose number 4, sachets for smelling, of course, hair oil, hair pomade, Hamlin's tonic elixir, tonic bitters, shampoo. The shampoo, the basic shampoo is salts of tartar, bay rum, rose water, and water. Great. Sounds perfect. Hamlin's blood purifier. We're definitely gonna trust that. That sounds actually. This is just an herbal thing. But these are. Here's a recipe for cough syrup. Acetate of morphia. What does that mean? Morphine? Syrup of wild cherry, wine of ipecac, wine of antimony. So I love these little hey, if you had a sore throat in 1885, if in 1885, when this book was published, you had a sore throat, you could make your own cough syrup for it. Do you want to do that? I don't know. So those are some fun ones. Today we're focusing though on the recipes from the new delineator. That is the one that had it's like the newest one. It's also got the most recent, not recent. I feel like this one had the most accessible recipes. These are sort of just kind of fun little things. Mix, when can we do late night and go through these? I would love to go through some of these and like talk about them more. For sure. This is possibly my most favorite of my historical cookbooks and also absolutely the most sexist. The American Woman's Cookbook. I do not remember where I acquired this one from, but it is thick. It is well indexed. This looks like a dictionary with its indexing on here. Like these little cutouts. Y'all ever get books with these little cutouts in them? God, they're so satisfying. I remember when I was a kid, I used to like go through and be like, oh my God, look at this. And like do this with them. So fun. But these have little notes on them. Appetizers, soups, meats, fish, sandwiches, breads, entrees, fowl, eggs, cheese, vegetable salads, cakes, cookies, candies, party wines, canning beverages, French. There's just a section of here that says French. There's a whole section for ice cream. Literally a section for ice cream. Hold on. Mousses, parfaits, biscuits. But this one is interesting. How to render fat. That's a good one. This one is from 1938. 1938. So it is 10 years older than the one I'm going to use, or younger than the one I'm going to use today. But this one talks all about, like, I don't know. There's just this one's great. Honestly, this is a really good reference book. But it is kind of funny. Like, y'all, this is honestly, TBH, this is me in the kitchen. Oh my god. It's so ridiculous. It's so, like, the pictures in here. This picture says, I'm like, one honey, what's for dinner away from poisoning my entire family. That's what this picture tells me. The person looks like they're about to snap, honestly. And, like, valid. But man, the pictures in here are intense. What kind of what meal is this? This is raw liver and tomatoes with an olive and a what looks to be a daiquiri, but is probably just lemonade. Anyway, this book is really fun. I haven't cooked anything from this, but I've read it. Or I've really leafed through here quite a bit, and it's great. It's just perfect. Talks all about hosting, of course. We're focused today on the new delineator. We're focused today on this applesauce cake. So let's read the original recipe. Again, this recipe comes from this book, which is a collection of recipes from a women's magazine of the early part of the 19th century. How to do home repair from the late 40s mix says loads of good advice. Right. Yeah. Right. And some bad. Like, basically anything that has to do with electricity in there, not useful. Oliveade, Avo. Oh. Grandma was shook when she learned what a pickleback was. Applesauce cake. 1/3 a cup of shortening. We're going to use butter, because shortening. Oh yeah, just all those sheets of asbestos that are lying around mix. There's a reason that they're very much available. They're not. You can't buy that anymore. 1/3 a cup of butter or shortening. So we're going to use butter. 1 cup of sugar. 1.5 cups of thick sweetened applesauce. 2 cups flour. 1 teaspoon of soda, baking soda, we can infer. A pinch of salt. Spices to taste. We love spices to taste. And 1 cup of raisins. Super simple. 9, welcome in. Hello. 9, happy to have you. Thank you for bringing friends through. Friends who joined us, followers are silent and anonymous. This is a cooking stream. If you are hanging out here at 9 of 12, is also a food and drink streamer on Twitch and a friend of the stream. Previous Cookie Club winner and fellow home cook. So, or fellow cook in general. Most people cook at home if they're not cooking in a kitchen commercially. Anyway, welcome in. Oh my God. Scrape the lead paint off the wall to get the asbestos we need to replace. Sabra says, oh my God, I know, right? Eggplant casserole. Ooh, interesting. Do you dice the eggplant or do you layer it? Is it like flat, like big flat layers, or is it like chopped up pieces? Excuse me. $200. Thank you for the shout out. There's a link in chat on Twitch for 9 and 12. Please go follow. And talked about the cutout recipe I sent you. Are you making that, or did you make it already? Cubed. Okay, so it is cut up. I'm very unfamiliar with eggplant. It's one of those things that makes my stomach feel weird when I eat it, and it gets so I don't cook with it. So I'm very unfamiliar with it. I'm always curious about it though. It looks like so much fun to cook with, and I'm sort of jealous that it makes me. I'm sort of jealous that other people get to eat it because um it doesn't hit me the same way as like peanuts do, but it does. It is an unpleasant experience for me to eat it. We're making an antiquated applesauce cake today, retro applesauce cake from this cookbook. Um, I'm adjusting this recipe because this is a development project that I'm working on. And so this recipe is not going to be made exactly like it is in the book with all the same ingredients. We're going to tweak it just a touch to get it a bit in line with modern verbiage, basically. Cream the butter or shortening, cream the shortening and sugar together, then add the applesauce. Mix and sift flour, soda, and spices, then the raisins. Mix well. Bake in a well-greased loaf pan at 380 degrees Fahrenheit for about 45 minutes. Okay, easy. That's the original recipe. My adapted recipe is a little bit more detail-oriented, shall we say. One ingredients for this adapted recipe that I'm going to make mostly as is today. Third, a cup of salted butter. 1 cup of sugar. Granulated sugar. 1.5 cups of applesauce. Standard applesauce, not unsweetened, not cinnamon. 9 says my phone is forcing vertical and I do not like it. I feel like I'm sorry, that's upsetting. I just turned on the vertical enhanced broadcasting thing today that Twitch is trying to push, and I am curious what your feedback is on it. Outside of not liking it at all, if you have any feedback about it, and that goes for anyone who's watching on the phone, who's watching the vertical stream. This is when I say you can get me off topic easily. This is what I'm talking about. I've been broadcasting in vertical for a long time on YouTube. I have a fully separate vertical YouTube broadcast. It's been going for a long time. I just turned it on Twitch today for this stream. So I know I'm going to need to make some adjustments to it, to the actual layout, like where chat is, all of that. Twitch actually tells you not to put chat on your overlay, which, like, whatever. But they are apparently giving you the option to toggle between the two. So 9, somewhere in there, somewhere in the, like, when you poke around those like 3 dots on the screen, you should be able to adjust it back to the horizontal. Watching Twitch videos with no chat is incredibly confusing. Yeah, and Mix, I feel like what I'm going to do, what I'm thinking I'm going to do is, so if you're watching on the big screen, like this screen, right? If you can see my hand here and here, you're watching on the big screen. On the big screen, chat is here and it goes away. Like this chat right here is going to go away momentarily. 3, 2, 1. Or it's going to, yeah. But anyway, it stacks up and then it goes away. I'm thinking that on the vertical, I'm going to take this and make it permanent, because I can change it on the horizontal versus the vertical. I'm thinking of making this a like not a persistent chat so that you can see it, and that way, like, if you just minimize the Twitch chat, it'll stay there and you can just see it like this instead. I don't know. I'm kind of in between, because it goes out to multiple platforms. It's going to limit your shown counter space. 9. Yeah, it is. If I make it non-persistent, it definitely will. HC Logger, welcome in. 9 says they're watching TV and chat with the phone. Same. I watch on TV and don't chat at all. I can see your zits in vertical. Hey. Yeah. My skincare routine is going okay. I was talking when I came in. Mix, thank you. That is mindful and thoughtful of you. I wouldn't mind if you did though. It's all part of it. I appreciate the thought. I was joking, Velas. I understood it as a joke. I did take it as a joke. But also the camera is shockingly high definition sometimes. Okay, method for adapted retro apple cake recipe. Preheat your oven to 380 degrees Fahrenheit. In a metal 8x8 cake pan, spread a thin layer of butter or shortening. Using a stand mixer fitted with a paddle attachment or in a large bowl using a hand mixer. We're going to do the hand mixer today because I don't use the hand mixer very often. And I feel like, do y'all feel like more people own a hand mixer than a stand mixer? I do, but I don't really know. Most folks who I talk to about cooking are like, enjoy cooking regularly and have a stand mixer. But I know it's not like super common. Fellas, I do not get jokes all the time. This is very true. I feel like sometimes I don't get jokes, especially with folks that are like new. And also, hello, if you're new, I appreciate you hanging out here. I would like to tell you that follows are silent. So if you're new to the stream and you're like, what happens when someone follows? Nothing. I'm not even going to say hi to you. Just hit the follow button and continue enjoying your lurk in complete anonymity. But yeah, sometimes with new folks, I don't get jokes. Fellas, I feel like if you typed something, I would probably just ask you. I'm like, are you actually joking? But I feel like we've been chatting for long enough that there's some level of like, I know. And that goes for quite a few folks. Use your immersion blender wand. I've never creamed butter with my immersion blender wand. Does that work? Does that really work? That would be kind of awesome if it did. Lauren on YouTube says, I like mixing my cakes by hand. When I do recipes, like I try, especially baking ones, I try to avoid the stand mixer if I can, but like often I just don't, and I just opt to use it anyway because it is easier. The piece of crap is my stand mixer. Valid. More people have a hand mixer. 9 says, yeah, I feel like that was kind of my instinct too. 9 says I was in my 40s before I could afford a stand mixer. Listen, if this one broke, I might not replace it. No, that's not true. If this one broke, I would replace it, but basically for Cookie Club. That's like the thing that I use it for the most is making cookies. May I slightly challenge your recipe? Sure. Yeah, happy to take some feedback. I am looking to keep to hew as close to the original as possible, but I'm also sort of like tweaking a few things. Like this one just says a cake pan. I don't know what size. You know what I mean? Using a stand mixer, cream butter and sugar until smooth and light in color. One shortening, one butter. Why? What is the difference going to be, Mix? Also, functionally, I don't have shortening, so I don't actually have any. So I can't do that today, but I'm curious what your thought is. I'm planning on testing this again tomorrow at this point. So I'm also like, I'm going to go to the store again tomorrow morning. So I'm happy to kind of hear what the rationale is. Yeah, if you have the right attachment, right? Like the dough attachment on the stand mixer is great. You just make dough with it, Bought our KitchenAid stand mixer when Target went bankrupt in Canada, and the color sucks, but it's cheap. Caretaker. That's the move. That's the move. I appreciate that. Also, hello. Okay, with the mixer on low, add the applesauce, mix for a minute, blank minutes. Into a medium bowl, sift together the flour, baking soda, salt, and spices. Stir in the raisins. Add the dry ingredients to the butter and sugar. Then with the mixer on low, mix together until well combined and no dry spots remain. Into the greased cake pan, pour the batter and use a spatula to smooth the top. Sprinkle chunky sugar evenly. Bake for 45 minutes until blank. Okay, so this should be pretty straightforward. I preheated my oven. It is hot now. Mix says shortening has an ability to hold moisture longer, meaning it can last on the counter a little longer. The baker here uses a mix of the two, and I have head-to-head tested it and adding shortening to baked bread, products, cakes, cookies, and they stay nicer longer. Ooh, okay. So it's more a play on longevity for the final product than necessarily taste or texture, is what I'm understanding from that. Or are you saying that it holds moisture during the baking process better? Or both. I'm assuming both, but I'm assuming you're saying the value of it is in the longevity of the product versus the higher moisture content of the finished product on like day one. Okay. If I've misstated any of that, feel free to correct. But that does sound fascinating. I don't actually have shortening, so I can't validate. I can't take your advice in that sense in this moment. But I appreciate the not clarity. What's the word I'm searching for? I appreciate the enlightenment regarding the value of like going with a shortening product, because the original recipe calls for shortening, not butter. Butter tastes better, Lauren says on YouTube. I mean, I'm kind of with you on that one. Like Crisco vegetable shortening, probably not great. Could we make this with bacon fat? That would be weird. Helps a lot more in helping it last. Gotcha. Oh, Christmas baking. Okay. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Let's get out what we're using today though, in terms of ingredients. Okay, so wait, baking soda it called for. It also called for flour and sugar and spices. So general spices. I don't know what that means specifically. It didn't say specifically what it meant. Okay, we got flour, butter, baking soda, confirmed baking soda. Sorry, apologies to Rumford. It is not Rumford brand baking soda. We have my butter on the counter already. Sugar, flour, applesauce. So it calls for thick sweetened applesauce. I bought original applesauce. Like this is whenever I'm working on a recipe, I always try to get the most accessible thing I can get. Like the most common possible ingredient I can find. This is store brand original applesauce, not organic, not unsweetened. Like just this is what it is. Okay, baking soda, salt, spices, raisins, and sugar. So spices is undefined. This is an apple cake, so I think that my spice mix here is probably a cinnamon nutmeg combination is sort of the right move. Although you could also add ginger, you could add coriander, you could add cardamom, you could add cloves, you could add like pumpkin pie mix or like a fall spice blend, if you will. I think that today we're going to go with nutmeg, cinnamon, and cloves. That's the move. Let's see. But yeah, I also, while I'm doing this, I want to write. I'm taking some notes, right? Yeah, mix definitely fridge related shortening usage in here. Some of these recipes called for lard too, which was kind of fun. Cloves, cinnamon. So I'm just writing down. So what did I say? Cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves. That's what we're doing today. Because those are very like apple coated, and I think we're just going to keep it at that. Also, I have raisins in this container, so we're going to use those. Perfect. Okay, so we have our raisins, our spices, and everything is out and ready to go. So that's looking good. Boris, welcome. Hello. Pie crust recipe uses shortening. Shortening is definitely classic pie crust. I think there's a pie on the label of the Crisco container, if I'm not mistaken. Allspice, yes. Allspice are just like your seasonal, like a fall spice blend would honestly be the best here. Yeah, an apple pie spice mix would be like that's the one. Anytime you can do like a mix of spice, like a blend of spice, that's always the best. For recipes like this, I wouldn't call for that because generally speaking, that would mean that a consumer would have to purchase that, which I don't want them to have to do. I feel like a lot of people will have like cinnamon and nutmeg. Cinnamon, if not nutmeg, in their house as well. Fudge Darling, welcome. Hello. I use an alarming amount of lard. An alarming amount of lard is not a volume that can be quantified in a recipe, but go on. It would be great with golden raisins mix. And I actually saw the golden raisins in the store and was like, ooh, should I get those? And I didn't. Because again, basic. Command recipes if you want to take a look at like the types of recipes that I work on. Generally speaking, it is like super simple stuff, nothing complicated. I got, by the way, y'all, if you ever make one of the recipes that you find that has my name on it, please leave a review on it. Leave a comment, leave a like, whatever. Those help me a ton, like a ton. It like a lot, like literally comments and quite literally traffic to those recipes and comments and reviews on those recipes help me get work from not just that site. So if you ever do make one, like just leaving a star rating on it is super helpful. And yeah, I have a new one that had, I mentioned that because the new one that I published that has zucchini, tomato, mozzarella pearls, and pesto that I worked on stream for like 10 seconds, because that's how long it takes to make, had like the most glowing review of anything I've ever written. And I was like, this is the most basic recipe I've ever made. But like the review was like, what was like, oh my God. It felt like they were describing like some high, like, I don't know, high level cookery that was happening. And it is not at all the case. It was raw zucchini, raw tomato. Okay, oven is preheated. Let's get out our cake pan and get that going. I want to confirm before I do anything that this is in fact an 8-inch cake pan, because I said 8x8. This is a 9-inch cake pan. Oh, let's get I think I have one that's 8x8. If not, we're gonna change the recipe to say 9x9 because we're gonna use the pan that I have. Hey, this is an 8-inch cake pan. Perfect. Here's a fun one. Y'all, this is a fun, here's a good tip when you're searching for recipes, especially baking recipes. If you have pans, put the size of that pan in the recipe. This is a 9x9 pan. This is an 8x8 pan. If I want a baking recipe for a cake, put whatever it is I'm searching for, you know, shortcake, apple cake, whatever, and then 9x9 or 8x8. Put the size pan that you have in the search term that you're using. That way, when you get recipes back, you're going to get recipes that are custom tailored to your size that you have. You don't have to go buy something. You don't have to adapt anything. It makes it so much easier. Just put your pan size in the search term and enjoy. What if instead I put my area code? Then you're going to get a weird size cake pan or an oven temperature that's not normal for cooking. We're going to use our 8x8 pan because I just measured and that's what this is. So let's do that. We also need to get my hand mixer out and then a bowl. So I like the hand mixer too because it's easier to clean and it's better suited for multiple batches because you don't have to clean the beater and you don't have to clean everything. You just clean like the little beaters instead of the bowl too. Although it's not true. You kind of do have to use the same bowl again. Y'all, is there a difference? I have a question. Question for the knowledgeable among you in the chat. What's the difference between these two beaters? Asking seriously. I don't mean I don't mean to describe the physical difference between the two beaters. I mean, what is the purpose of the rounded edge beater versus the flat edge beater? Is there a reason to have one over the other for creaming butter? I have never understood what that might be. I reach into here and I pick one up and the first one that comes out is the one that I use. I have no idea. Yeah, mix the simple raw recipes. Exactly. My thought is with the zucchini one is that I was sick of pan frying, battering, or roasting zucchini. That's it. I was just like, I was like, I can just eat this raw. Like this is basically a cucumber, but with a little bit more energy, right? It's a meatier cucumber. That's it. And I was like, you know, when they're in season, fresh in season cucumber or zucchinis are great raw. Like you just you can eat them raw. You can eat them raw just the same as you eat a cucumber. There's like zero difference. Lots of bakeries post recipes and the search picks up on the area code of the bakery, and sometimes that means you get a local recipe. That's kind of cool, actually, Mix. I hadn't considered that part. I was thinking more of the utilitarian value of finding a recipe for your pan size versus the like local thing, but I do like that. And it is, you know, ongoing fresh content for bakeries. Hand mixers are poorly named. Right. Yeah, this is a handheld mixer. Hand mixing would be this. An egg-related reason, maybe. Mix says the wide blade brings in more air. The wide blade brings in more air with more force. It can cut stuff like butter, lard, and shortening. The rounded edge blade is softer, whippy, like whites, meringue, and whipped cream. Twinderella says, flat-bladed and round wire hand mixer beaters are shaped differently to handle different food textures. Flat metal blades cut through thick lumps and dense batters, while round wire loops act like whisks to trap air and fluff light mixtures. I like that. So it's roughly correct. So to mix butter and sugar together, we would want to use the flat wire blades because there's the flat blades because there's no splashing with these. Is my understanding of this scenario. that's cool. I did not know. Today I learned what the differences are. Fudge Darling, I had no idea either. And I had no idea, and that's why I asked it out loud. Because like, you know what? I don't know this information. I'm not privy to that level of information here. Moon dies, right? Oh, now I'm getting out my beaters right now. I'm gonna whip all the butter in the fridge. Helps to pound the butter and sugar into the fat, which makes the air pockets that contribute to a nice fluffy cake. Love to know that as well. That is also a good bit of knowledge to have. This calls for sifting our flour together, which I generally don't do. Let me rephrase that. Historically, I haven't done that, but I'm more inclined to do that these days than I have been in the past. So we are going to do that today. And my big bowl, the one I actually want to use, is in the dishwasher and clean, perfectly clean. We're going to put all of our wet ingredients, our sugars and whatnot in here because we're going to incorporate the dries. So the first thing I want to do is actually I want to measure and sift the dry ingredients first, because that to me is, I like to have that done. I like to have that done first. I don't know. Because I like to have it done first. Mix as it even sift my bread flour. For the couple of seconds it takes, the amount of air that gets brought in makes a big difference. It's not food caution, it's aeration. Right, and for me, it's my consideration for whisking things, or not whisking, for sifting the thing has always been like, in my lizard brain, it's just like, it just removes lumps, right? Like that's the purpose of it, is to remove lumps, like from dry ingredients. And like, I know that's not true, but like I said, in my lizard brain, that's what we're doing here. That's why we're doing this and at all. Okay, so we're gonna do dry ingredients first. We're gonna do them with the flat. We're not gonna do anything with the. We're gonna do anything with the mixer with the dry ingredients. Do y'all do a little like test when you use a hand mixer? I always do, because I'm always afraid these things are gonna just like get mashed up and like it's gonna end in tears and pain. Okay, so we're gonna do the dry ingredients first. 9, thank you for your sub. I appreciate you. Oh, that's 6 months. Hey 9, that's guaranteed cookies this month. Command cookies if you want to know about Cookie Club. For every 6 months that you're a subscriber or a member on YouTube, you get cookies guaranteed. If you want them, you get a prize. So for being a 6-month subscriber this month, 9, you will receive whatever of the prizes you are interested in receiving. I was going to say you will receive cookies, but like, cookies not mandatory. Cookies are great, and some people don't want them or don't want to give their address or whatever. There's a reason that there's prizes that don't include me knowing your address. But it is possible. So we're going to grease this pan first. That was the first direction, is to preheat the oven and grease the pan. So we're going to do that. Let me also get my timer out. Generally speaking, when I'm working on a recipe, I like to just have a count up timer that I have going while I'm making it. I sort of take a little, no pun intended, but a grain of salt that when I'm making things, especially when I'm like doing the recipe for the first time, because I don't, when you're making it at home, if you're just making this for yourself, you're not going to be measuring in the same way and sort of doing the same things that I am. You know what I'm going to do here? I'm also going to put a layer of parchment paper on the bottom of this pan. This is a cake, and I just want to be as cautious as possible. So we're going to do I'm going to do a layer of parchment paper. So we're going to cut a layer here. And just get that, we're going to get that pressed in. And we'll refine the cut. But this calls for a greased pan. But when I remember to do it, I prefer putting I also like putting parchment on the bottom. Mix asks, how many cookie wins would I have to save up for Eat It Dad's hoodie? Well, you can stack your your merch codes. I will be very honest with you that I don't know if there are hoodies in the merch shop. And if there are, I don't know what their cost is. But I will tell you that each Cookie Club win is a $5 credit. And if there are hoodies, take the cost and divide by 5. I don't know if there are. I haven't actually looked in the merch shop in a while. And to be fair, I don't push people onto the merch shop either. I'm never like, hey, you should buy it. The bot has some timed messages that have to do with merch, but I don't personally talk about it. And that's just my limitation. It's not that I don't want people to buy it. It's that I don't think about mentioning it, honestly. Anyway, we do have a merch shop, Command Merch, if you want to get a link to that. I know there are clothes in there. Anything that I've worn that has a emote on it. I know there's some shirts and tote bags, some little hats in there. They all have different emotes on them. And I'll say this for anyone who's within the sound of my voice. If you ever want something specific that you don't see in the merch shop, that you're like, hey, I'd love it if you had this thing with that emote on it. Just tell me, I'll make it. The shop itself, the creator thing makes it really easy to create new products. And I'm not sponsored by them, so I'm not going to toot their horn too much. But all the stuff that I've had from them has been very high quality. The actual product itself. The printing, the product, and the printing, packaging, product, everything about it has been pretty good quality. Good enough quality that I appreciated. I was when I got it, I was like, oh, I'm kind of surprised. So that's kind of fun. Mom Noms, welcome in. Welcome. KVJ, welcome in. Hello. Good to have you. We are making cake today. Persephone, welcome. Welcome back. Hello, hello. All right, cake pan is greased. Red, welcome. Hello. Mom Noms, I hope you are doing well. Friend of the stream. Fellow food and drink streamer. I know that you had some monthly goals that you were trying to hit today. I hope you hit them. And if you didn't hit them, I hope you got close. And if you didn't get close, I'm sorry. I hope you enjoyed the stream no matter what. Mix, welcome. Mix, sorry. No, I'm sorry. Mix. Thank you for hanging out. I hope P-Dog is good. Tell them hello. Close-ish. Close-ish is always good. We love close-ish. Speaking as someone who does not generally have any stated goals, I saw a little of your stream today, and I was like, I was like, it's really smart to have goals. I have this goal bar down here that I don't talk about ever, but there it is. I've only been doing this for a while, and why do I not have any stated goals? Anyway, I'm glad that your viral dish was delicious. Some viral dishes are great for a very good reason, and some of them are great for no good reason. And the person posting the thing often doesn't tell you which it is, and that's just like, okay. Um, into a medium bowl, sift together the flour, baking soda, salt, and spices. So 2 cups of flour. This calls for two cups of flour. Let's do a spooned and leveled cup. Oh, oh, interesting. The little rubber seal came off the bottom of that. That's fun. The viral one was not great. Okay. Was it fun? Was it fun at least? Maybe or not. Um there's a I love looking at viral recipes, but I'm gonna be very honest with you that I am so reluctant to make them. Because for most of the history of this stream, it's just been like me making dinner, and I'm like, I don't want to mess up my dinner for the sake of like virality. You know what I mean? Fun and used up some zucchini. Then it was worth it. A cup of all-purpose flour, according to my measure magnet, weighs 142 grams. How close are we going to get here? 153. Wow, that was super close. Okay, so that's cool. I'm going to go and just measure a whole second cup with the scoop here as opposed to my cup measure. And I am going to make that 142 or 150. We're close. We're right in there. This does not need any more flour, although I'm not putting anything away because I'd like to maybe make this. I'm planning on making this twice today, so we'll see how that goes. Teaspoon of baking soda. So the soda is here. I got too much shit happening. Hold on. There we go. Okay, sorry. We have a little shout out in chat. If you're hanging out, Mom Moms is as I mentioned, a fellow food and drink streamer and a fun person to interact with in the kitchen context, just like here. Friends who joined us from Mom Mom stream. I did not introduce myself, so welcome in. My name's Lou. I'm also a food and drink streamer. We do a lot of vegetable forward family meals for our home cooking. I'm also a recipe developer, which is what I'm working on today. I am in fact a parent. That's where the dad comes from. My pronouns are he, they. I live in Philadelphia. Happy to see you all. Follows are silent. There's no alerts or sounds. I'm not going to say hi if you hit the follow button. It's completely anonymous. We're a very chatty community, likes to hang out at the counter, just like you're hanging out at your friend's house while they are making dinner and talking about whatever it is you want to talk about. I'm here for the company and the conversation, and I appreciate you being here for whatever reason brings you to the channel today. We're making a retro applesauce cake. It is a old recipe from 1929. I am kind of going through it a little line by line, and then making notes, adjustments, etc. Where we have come to the pinch of salt, which to me, a pinch is roughly a quarter teaspoon. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a pinch. So a big pinch like that for me would be, actually that's about 1/8 of a teaspoon. Cool. So let's do 1/8 of a teaspoon. We're using salted butter also. So we don't need a ton of extra salt. And now we come to the part where it says flour, baking soda, salt, and spices. The original recipe just says spices. So I am going to I'm picking 3. And we're doing a quarter. Stop falling over. God. Okay. I mean, the book is from 1929. It's not like it's, the book is like, let me rest. Please let me rest. I haven't been used like this since the 30s, 40s, 50s. We're going to do a 1/4 teaspoon each of cloves, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Cloves, cinnamon. And I'm making 2 batches of this today. One is going to be with a cake pan. The other is going to be with cupcakes, because I'd like to see how they turn out as cupcakes. But we're doing them one at a time. Okay, we got our spices. So we're going to sift these together. Nutmeg, cinnamon, and cloves. And we're making notes as we go here because I need to make notes so that I remember what I did. All right, we're incorporating all of this together. Sifting. We're sifting. Great. That is sifted. I'm going to put this all, I'm just kind of keeping all of this in the same place over here, because we're going to use all of that again. Now, we've mixed our dry ingredients together. Let's measure out the raisins first, because I'm going to want to just dump those in. This calls for 1 cup, a cup of raisins. The raisins, I'm going to use it up. This is a use it up meal and a regular, not use it up meal. This is a use it up recipe and an open a new container recipe. That is often the case. So we're going to get a cup of raisins. That's it for that container. Wow. The difference between new raisins and old raisins is like, that's not trash, that's recycling. Is kind of astounding. Like, new raisins are like fresh and sticky, and old raisins are like dry and desiccated. And I only got those raisins like a month or 2 ago. It's not like they're that old. Okay, so these are ready to go. Raisins are good. And then applesauce, it calls for 1.5 cups of applesauce. So we're going to use this by weight. We're going to use it by weight first, because it says 1/2 cup is 126 grams. So that's easy. That's easy math, and I can just translate. So we don't need to put the applesauce into a cup measure, is what I'm saying here. So let's move this to the side. All right. Wet ingredients. Using a stand mixer or a hand mixer in a large bowl. Cream the butter and sugar until smooth and light in color. Okay, so sugar is 1 cup of granulated sugar. So we have a 1 cup measure here. We have granulated sugar. Let's get a spoon. I'm going to fill up this cup measure. We're also going to take the gram weight of this because I want to know. I want to know what grams are. I want you to show me. Hey, if y'all are hanging out, there's a pinned chat in the chat on Twitch. It would be amazing if you would go engage with the most recent YouTube short. It has to do with grams and the metric system, a thing that I talk about regularly on stream. It's a good time to mention it because I am doing recipe development today, which is usually very nitpicky and has a lot to do with specific measurements. And I get very frustrated when when I'm working on a recipe and I have to make the recipe in like this, as opposed to just what does a cup of sugar weigh? So we're going to get the sugar in there. That is 230 grams. Granulated sugar, cup of granulated sugar. On my measure magnet says it's 198 grams. So big difference between those two. That's a 32 gram difference between those two things, which is kind of intense. I don't know why there's a difference, but it is why I use the cup measure. But let's say this is 230 grams of sugar. Because as much as I want to put 198, that's not how much I'm actually putting in. So I need to account for what I'm actually putting in. Okay, so it also calls for 1/3 a cup of salted butter, which is 5.5 tablespoons. So I don't love 5.5 tablespoons. I don't love calling for 1/3 of a cup of something. So instead of 1/3 of a cup, we're going to add a little bit more fat here, and we're going to go with 6 tablespoons of butter. So I'm making an adjustment here because 1/3 of a cup, if you just have a big vat of butter available to you, that is easier than our sort of modern equivalent, which is these sticks, which have the tablespoons on them. And it does have 1/3 of a cup listed, but we're going to add just a touch more and see what happens. If it's a little bit too greasy or too loose, then we'll back it off to 1/3 of a cup. But I think I prefer to have, I prefer having whole numbers, which in this case is easier for the tablespoon measurement to be 6. All right, let's get this into the bowl. All right. Get all of it. There we go. That is 84 grams of butter. And that's not, not necessarily what butter would weigh. I don't have a weight up here. I don't have a measure magnet that gives weights of butter. Maybe there is one on the thing. Excuse me. No, there's no weight. There's 113 grams. Let me just check here. Hold on. So 113 grams in this stick of butter divided by 8 equals times 6 equals 84.75. Okay, so that is, yeah, that's right in line with my expectation. Cool. A little bit of math there. I need a better book stand for this thing. This is like falling over, and I'm worried about like knocking it over. It's fine. We'll be fine. Okay, so let's mix all this together. Then we're going to sift together the flour, baking soda, salt, and spices. Oh, and then stir in the raisins. Okay, so I'm supposed to stir. I want to add the raisins in this step, and I want to add a note here. Stir in the raisins, breaking apart any clumps. Okay, so one of the things with kind of writing a recipe is noticing the little things that as a like regular comfortable home cook or in general that you do that someone might not think to do. So I just there when I was dumping the raisins in my head, I had the thought, oh, some of them are clumped together. Like, let me just real quick with my fingers break them apart, right? But if you don't notice that and you just kind of dump them in and mix them, some of them are going to stay in a clump. And so that's the type of little note that I look for when I'm writing a recipe is sort of what are the little maybe instinctual things that I'm doing that will make this better, more consistent, smoother, easier, more like what I expect in the final product. Like what does that entail? So little things like that are the notes that I am almost always looking for when I'm writing something. When I'm writing the thing, I'm looking for how to include that language as precisely and with as much brevity as possible. When I'm working on the thing, I'm actively thinking about what am I doing differently that I'm not saying in the recipe that I have, like the base recipe that I wrote for this, that I put together. Those are the little things that in a lot of, in this cookbook, where it's like, hey, clean and trust the bird. You're like, oh, okay, but like, how do I do that? I think for modern cooks and modern recipes, you need to have a little bit more hand holding with that kind of thing. Especially depending on your audience. In this particular audience, you have to assume that someone is doing the thing for the first time and that they're going to need a little bit of guidance on how to do it. Okay, I'm going to wash my hands though, because they have raisin sticky on them. Next, let me just read through the rest of my ingredients. Let me read through here and make sure I don't have any other like missed mise en place. Chunky sugar, we'll add that at the end. Spices, got it. So everything is ready to mix. We're going to mix the, with the exception of the applesauce, which is here, and we're going to do that by weight because it gives a weight for a half a cup, which is easy. Instead of, yes, we're going to move forward confidently with the mixing now. So using a stand mixer with a paddle attachment, or in a large bowl using a hand mixer, which option 2 is what we're doing. Cream, butter, and sugar until smooth and lighter in color, blank minutes. So we don't have a specific number of minutes here yet, but we are going to go ahead and do that. So we're going to just take this and let me actually get a towel. I'm going to get a towel to sit this on. Because it's going to stay sticky and stay in place a little bit better. And then we can maybe zoom in a little bit here on the actual mixing bowl. So we're going to mix this on low at first to start, and then higher as things get incorporated. I'm going to start a timer too. This is going to take a few more minutes with a hand mixer than it does with the stand mixer. I'll need to note that. We're getting there. It's been about 3.5 minutes. All right, we're gonna leave this be at 4. That was 4. That was 4 minutes. We're gonna pause this real quick. So this is the part where I'm like, hey, now I know why we use a stand mixer for this. Aside from the obvious like not needing to use your hands aspect, it takes a lot less time to do. It takes less time to do less than what I just did, or more than what I just did. So the stand mixer is super helpful, but I'm working on this as if I didn't have one. So that's the goal. This is creamed together. We're just about there. I'm going to give this another maybe minute or so to come together, but this looks pretty nice as it is. That's what we have going on. It's not like creamy per se, but it is a nice color and consistency so far. It's creamy enough as it is. Alley Cat, welcome in. Amy G, welcome in. Mix the pigs. The pigs are probably the same size. That's really funny. Okay, we're going to start the timer and go for 1 more minute on this. Then we're going to mix in the applesauce. Okay. That was 5 minutes with the hand mixer. We're going to come back out of here and make some notes real quick because that is a lot of work with a hand mixer, which is fine. So until, so I don't need this to be smooth. I need this to be well combined. So with a stand mixer to get to this consistency would be maybe 3 minutes. So I want to note that. We will try the next batch of this today with the stand mixer. Because that means that I don't have to wash this bowl between batches. So I'm thinking ahead in that sense. Okay, so the next step here is to add our applesauce. The applesauce is going to get added as a weight-based ingredient. It'll be added as a measured ingredient. You know what? I should just measure it. I should measure it using a cup measure because that's what people are going to have. And that way I can, again, just test against the weight that's on the container versus the weight that I have in my, in the bowl using the actual measuring cup. Okay, so let's do that. This calls for 1.5 cups of applesauce. So this is a fresh container of original store brand applesauce. Ye old store brand. This says that 1/2 cup is about 126 grams. So we're going to measure a 1/2 cup. I'm pouring this out into the 1/2 cup measure over a bowl so that I'm not like I'm not putting any excess in here. So this is one level 1/2 cup measure, such as it is. Let's see how many grams this is. 22, 23. 24. Yeah, that is 126 grams. Perfect. Okay. Yep. 25. 26. Perfect. Okay, so those two numbers line up exactly, at least in this, for this ingredient they do. So I'm going to go ahead and put the other cup worth of applesauce in here based on weight. So that's 126 times 2 is 252 grams is what I want to pour into here. So 248, 252. Perfect. Let me also take a look here. So I noted something when I went in the store today, that per pound, this jar was more expensive than these individual cups. And it wasn't super close either. So a 1/2 cup of this is 126 grams. 1 4-ounce cup. Oh my fucking God. So the serving size in this is a 1/2 cup, 126 grams. The serving in this is 4 ounces, 113 grams. I'm going to lose my mind with this nonsense. Like, they're the same product. The same product. With a different serving size. I'm so annoyed. What I was hoping for, and I didn't notice this in the store, otherwise I would still be bitching about it, but less so. What I was hoping for was that the serving size on here, that like, I saw this and this was a 1/2 cup and I was like, oh cool, so 3 servings of this goes in. And I was hoping that I could just do like 3 cups of this, right? So basically make this be a cake that you could make out of these things. Not only because parents probably have these on hand more than this, maybe, and also because this was cheaper. Is it more plastic? Yes. Is it less expensive? Also, yes. Okay, so that's fine. So we had applesauce times 3, 126 times 3, 378. That's 378 grams of applesauce. Perfect. Okay, let's get yes. Let's get this mixed in. I heard it in my head. Gwen just asked me a question. Anyway, so next step. With the mixer on low speed, add the applesauce and mix until blank. So on low, mixing in all the applesauce. What am I actually looking for here? Phoebe, welcome in. What am I actually looking for here? I'll tell you in a second. Okay. Great. That's the animal stuff. Yeah. Phoebe, welcome in. Nice to have you. We're working on a recipe today. We're working on an apple cake. Friends who are hanging out here, Baking with BB is a friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer. Worth a follow. Did we get a shout out in chat? I don't think so. Not yet. Okay, let's do that. Hold on. We are going to command SO space at BAK, fill in the blank. There it is. And enter. Perfect. Okay. There's a link to go follow Baking with BB. There's also a formal shout out on Twitch. But welcome in. This Critter Bakes. Hey, Critter, we're baking today. I hope you enjoy. We are, yes, we're baking. We're working on a recipe for, the title of the recipe is, excuse me, not me belching. The title of the recipe is Retro Apple Cake. This is an adapted recipe from an old cookbook that I have. This is the cookbook. It is being updated with some modernized directions and ingredient equivalencies. But we are sort of in the combining things step at the moment. Mix cubing the cake and letting it get stale would be a really good bread pudding base. I love bread pudding. I would love to have more bread pudding in my life, and that sounds like a great idea. I do kind of love that. Caretaker says, I recently made sugar-free gingerbread cookies. Ooh, sugar-free applesauce, the definition of no taste. Right, that's when you get sugar-free applesauce, that's when you add extra salt to it. BB says, I tried out a new frosting recipe. What is your, what changes did you make? Or what was new about it to you compared to other frosting recipes that you've made before? Mick says it's actually Pete. It's actually two pigs now trying to break down the door. Friend who joined us from BB Stream. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a home cook. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. Our stream is generally about cooking. We do recipe development. We do vegetable forward family meals, which we're going to be doing after our baking today. We also do snacks and meal prep quite frequently here. I also do out in the world stuff for IRL streams. Admin note, follows are silent. So if you're a lurker and you like staying a lurker and you don't want to be perceived, generally speaking, then you can just hit the follow button and it will do nothing. It will follow, but there's no alerts or sounds. Anyway, the vibe here is just like a conversation at your friend's kitchen counter while they're making dinner. Topics are varied as there are people. So feel free to hang out and listen, hang out and chat, whatever your energy is today. And I appreciate you being here. BB says, for the icing and mix together cornstarch and water and let it gel. Added that to sugar, butter, and almond extract. Interesting. Cornstarch. Did you notice a difference in the flavor? So we have this bowl. This has dries in it. This has flour, baking soda, salt, nutmeg, cinnamon, and cloves, as well as raisins. Add the dry ingredients to the butter and sugar, then with the mixer on low, mix together until well combined and no dry spots remain. So, okay, I think we're going to try this with the mixer. I don't know if this is typically something I would do necessarily with the mixer. This feels like a thing that I may opt to use a spatula for, but let's do this. We'll see what happens. It looks good. Okay, smells good. Okay, it's way less sweet. Kind of love that. I'm gonna have flour on my nose later. Probably flour on the camera. So there's some dries around the edge here. So I'm gonna scrape those off. That's another one of those things that I should note that I'm doing right now that someone else may not have the may just like pour it out of this pan and directly into the cake pan. So scraping bowl through. Usually when I write stuff like this, I'm just like, oh, let me like write the note. Hey, do y'all want to see a cat? Guess which cat is here? Do you want to guess which cat is here? There's a cat. There's a cat. We're going to pick that cat up in just a second. And we're going to show you which cat is here. We can guess, though. I'll give you a hint. It's one of the household cats. It is one of the cats that lives here full time. It is, Lauren, on YouTube, it is indeed Ash. Oh! I went to grab him and Gwen made a noise upstairs and he bolted. Hold on, I'm gonna get him. He was lying at my feet and rolling around, and then easy with his stomach. He was eating. It was someone delivering something to the door. We have an Ash here. This is Ash. We're gonna sprinkle a little bit of Ash fur into our cake. But here he is. Here he is. This is Ash. Ash was eating string and threw up earlier. Now he wants paw kisses. Cyber. That's really funny. Okay, we do have cats that don't live here. When I say live here, what I mean is like our full-time cats. We have cats that are full-time. So Ash is a full-time cat. Ash, Elsie, and Obi. And we have foster cats, currently Link, Ganon, and Zelda. Link is being adopted on Friday. Ganon is spoken for, and Zelda has prospects. But this is Ash. He's just chilling. As soon as I picked him up, he was like, I'm going to sit here now. I'm just going to be. I'm going to exist. You think he wants to get down? He seems to want to lounge. Okay. He's done. And now we're going to watch him. He is the star of the show. You're not wrong. A baby vest would be great, Avo. I've thought about it. Like a sling, right? Yeah, Avo, the foster cat thing is for real. Because every time there's like a real good one, there's like a cute, I mean, they're all real good. You know, they're kittens, so they're fine. At that age, they're fine. Every time there's like a really like awesome one, I'm like, oh, can we keep that one too? And then I'm like, no, we should not. We cannot. We mustn't. We mustn't. Okay. It's too warm in here. I need to take this this shirt off. Not this one. This one. The one with the long sleeve wool shirt. Okay, so the next step is to put this in a cake pan and put it on in the stove. Into the greased cake pan, pour the batter and use a spatula. So we can't really pour this batter. We need to scrape the batter. Because it's not really a pouring liquidy situation. What else? What other note that I have here? I want this to be mixed together until well combined and no dry spots remain. Okay. Let's get just a little teeny taste of this. It definitely tastes like apple. I mean, it should. It's got applesauce in it. He says, love the shirt. I just got this shirt this past weekend. It is a one-piece shirt. This was a boardwalk acquisition. Y'all ever go to the boardwalk? Even if you haven't gone to the boardwalk, do y'all remember Jersey Shore? Did you watch Jersey Shore? One of those like shops that they worked at with the screen printing, right? Where they just have like blank t-shirts, right? That's where this came from, was one of those shops that was just like, they have hundreds of different types of prints that you can get, and like a whole rack of different size and color t-shirts so you can get them printed on. And you're just like, that's the shirt I want in that color. So that's where this shirt came from, was a boardwalk screen printing shop this past weekend. We have a kitten. We have a kitten. Oh God, we have two. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where there's one, there's two, and where there's two, there's three. And where there's three, that means they're all there. And we have an Ash too. Ash has returned. Ash is like the bitch. That's a good one. Ash is basically like the trip chaperone. Like the kittens have come up from the basement. So hold on, I'll show you some kittens also. God, I'm never gonna get this cake in the oven. We've been live for 4 hours and I've been making one cake. And this is just how it is. At the beginning of the stream, I was like, I might make this cake 3 times. I was so wrong. We're gonna take this cake and just drop it once. The cats are gonna scatter. I am going to get this in the oven before I do anything else. That is like what needs to happen here. I'm gonna take a bit of this Demerara sugar. This is a I don't know how much of this I'm using. You know what? We're developing a recipe, Lou. Measure it. Measure it. Measure it. So this is a teaspoon. I'm sprinkling some chunky sugar, is what I would call it, over the top. Hey, ding. That cabs are here sound, drop is what should play instead of the ding. Cabs are here. All right, we're going to put this in the oven. We're going to cook it for 45 minutes. We're going to take a picture. Immediately, no. We're going to take a picture of it first, just so that I have a reference on what this looked like prior to going into the oven. Okay. I'm going to let that sit. 45 minutes. Go. Do y'all want to see some kittens? We got some kittens coming around here. Like for real kittens. Let's see if I can coax one of them out. Let's see if I can coax 2 of them out. Okay. So the next version of this recipe we're going to make in the stand mixer. We're going to make everything exactly the same, but we're going to use a stand mixer instead of the hand mixer. The reason for that is, 1, I don't want to wash this bowl. But 2, I want to see what the difference is between those 2 outcomes. Like, if I mix it in the stand mixer, I know that it's going to incorporate the butter and the sugar much better. Come here. Oh, we got 1. We got 2. Y'all, here's some kittens. These are fosters. So these don't live here. I know, we're struggling, aren't we? Yes. We're struggling. We don't want to be here. So these are foster kittens. Hold on. I also don't want to sit them directly on the counter because I'm like using this counter today. But here, whoa, oh my God, look at them go. All right, we have, let's see, who are you? This is Ganon. And this is Zelda. And Link is not present currently, but we have 2. These are foster cats. That's Ganon who's yelling. Ganon wants to get down. Ganon is going to get down. But now Zelda's like, but me too. So there's Zelda. Isn't she pretty? She's a very pretty kitty. She also wants to get down. These cats have just recently gained their independence and ability to leave the basement. So that's what they want to do now all the time. When the door to the cat sanctuary downstairs has opens, the cats are just like gone, like out into the world. Ash, by the way, is over here on the counter, like watching both of them like a hawk. He is big brothering over here, quite literally. Foster brothering, as it were. Robster, looks like yours. That's awesome. How old is your kitten? These cats are 2 months, maybe, I think. Maybe a little less than that. Maybe a little bit more. They're roughly 2 months old. They've already been neutered, spayed, and they are ready for adoption at this point. So they're on solids, they're on solids, they're litter trained, they're neutered or spayed. I hate to use the term fixed. People are always like, we got them fixed. Like, they weren't broken. You streamlined them, if anything. Okay, so we got a timer for 45 minutes. Let's get our next, shoot. I said I wanted to make this differently with the next one. I actually don't. I don't want to use the stand mixer. The reason is that Gwen, I see your chat and I will not. I think I just want to wash the bowl and do the same thing that I just did, because I'm making them in a different format. So I don't want to change too much between the two different versions. I'm making the next round of this as cupcakes as opposed to in the pancakes. So my thinking is I would prefer maybe to make them the same way. Because either way, they're going to turn out the cook time's going to be different, and they'll be a little different. So maybe I will just go ahead and wash that bowl over here and let that, we'll try this again tomorrow, 2 different ways, and we'll try it with I'm going to refine this recipe tonight, and then we'll try it overnight. Not overnight. We'll try it tomorrow with the one version with the stand mixer and one without. So we're looking for taste from today's recipe or today's batches, and then tomorrow we'll try. Like I said, we'll refine that, and then we'll try 2 different types of mixing, so that it is consistent. Because I don't want to change too much in the testing process and be like, the cupcakes were really good, but was it the smaller size or was it the different in the aeration of the batter? And I want to be able to know. So as I'm kind of talking myself through it, I've decided to go back. We'll wash this bowl real quick, and then we'll do the next batch. Just the same, only different. Okay, that's good. While those dry off over there, we're going to grease a muffin tin with some butter. The original recipe for this calls for shortening, which is, as we were chatting about earlier in stream, the likelihood, because it says butter or shortening, but it allows for the option of shortening. I am personally just going to call for butter in this because I don't love shortening in general, which is whatever. But we were talking about the reason for the shortening and theorizing that was for longevity of the final product, like shelf stability, as opposed to like taste or texture or any of that value. So let's first start with our dry ingredients. flour, baking soda, salt, and spices. So this is going to be, no, sorry. First, we're going to start with the greasing of the muffin tin. And actually, you know what? We're not going to grease this at all. We're going to put cupcake wrappers in here as opposed to greasing the tin, which will make it easier. The process will be easier. I'm gonna get the cupcake wrappers down. These are one of those things that lives all the way on the top shelf. Okay, we got our. They're in here somewhere. Where are they? Come on. Okay, got it. And I need to bring my mixer back over here. I so enthusiastically put that away, and then it's back now. We're gonna fit out 12 cupcake cups here. Now these, like I said, we don't need to do any greasing with these, which is nice. He's very warm and headed to the shower. Right. One of the best showers that you will ever take is the shower after working outside all day. Like, that is on like a satisfaction level. That's like top tier satisfactory types of showers. We have another cat. It's an Obi. This one does not like being caught. This one is rare. This is like catching a rare Pokemon. This cat is not as frequently seen on stream. This cat is a big orange boy, and he lives here full time. Did we get a command for Command Ash earlier? I don't recall. Whoa, I don't recall. Chris, welcome in. Did we get a Command Ash? I don't think we did. I don't remember. No, we didn't earlier. Excellent. I remember yesterday, the other day, Ash was at 97. So, yeah, Obi's, we got a tail swish happening right here. All of the cats are named for their colors. Obi is named OB for the letters OB, meaning orange boy. Ash is named Ash because he's gray, like Ash. And LC is named LC for the letters LC, like little calico, because that's what she is. Now, Obi, we haven't seen in a long time, but we always make, look at him, he's starting to sleep. We always make Obi do his trick before he gets down. Do you want to see his little trick? Obi, his eyes are closed. What is he doing? Are you snoozing? No, he said, I'm just waiting until you put me down. I don't like this. I don't want this. Watch this. This is an Obi trick. He's a very Gumby cat. This Obi will just let you do this. Look at this cat. He's just like, what is even happening? Yes, this is a long orange boy. Good kitty. Okay, we're going to put you down gently, though. Okay. Thank you for showing everybody your trick. He's non-Newtonian fluid. He is very fluid. Obi's the more rare of the cats to be seen. Command cat count will tell you how many times they've each been on stream. Did you know that the cat counter is accurate? It's not like since a certain date. That cat counter is accurate because I when I went back to look, I started the cat counter like 5 or 6 streams after we got the kittens, but I went back because I was clipping my own stream, and I went back and updated the cat counter with accurate counts. So kind of fun. No bones, right? Truly orange cat behavior. Chris, Obi is very demonstrably an orange cat. every like trope or thing that you hear about orange cats is like so accurate for him. It's so accurate to be scary. Troy says, I'm glad the numbers are accurate. I'll take that into account. But tis. That's on my stream deck as badum tis. Flour 300 and nope, hold on. 142 grams of flour. Okay. Oh wait, I want to sift this together. So we need our sifter. So what we're doing is making the sifter. This weighs 142 grams. That's weird. Is that foreshadowing or what? 2 cups of flour feels like it should weigh more than that. Let's use the cup measure again. I feel like what I did here was not right. So I feel like what I may have done with this was taken the measure of the sifter as opposed to the measure of the flour inside of it. So let's try this again. I did. I did. So that would have been a very interesting next test of this recipe. 2 cups of flour. And again, we're scooping here. So that was 303 grams of flour. Glad I caught that. A cup of flour is like 120 to 130. Yeah. And according to my measure magnet, it is according to the measure magnet, it is 142 grams. So 284 would be the expectation based on that magnet. So 303 is in line with that. I like to put the weight on there. Usually if I'm making a recipe for myself, I will put the weight of what I know. I'll follow the measure, like the weight-based measure magnet. But for our purposes today, I'm doing the physical cup of flour because this is the type of thing that most people would have, and a lot of folks don't necessarily use a scale. A teaspoon of baking soda, and then a 1/4 teaspoon or an 1/8 of a teaspoon of salt, and then a 1/4 teaspoon each of my 3 herbs. So 1/8 of a teaspoon of salt, and then a 1/4 teaspoon each of cinnamon. So a little cinnamon, there's a 1/4. Nutmeg. And cloves. So again, we're going to put the same spices in our other batch here. I'm controlling for everything to be the same except the format in this one. So what I want to see is, will this work as a cupcake if I leave everything else the same? And again, that's why I don't want to adjust anything else other than that. Why I'm not going to use the stand mixer today, as much as I would like to, and generally do that in my own baking practice. Okay, so the other thing that we're going to add in here are raisins. The raisins I had to wait for. This was I did not have a cup of raisins. I didn't actually weigh the raisins when I did this earlier. So let's weigh the raisins this time. Now, I bet you there is a weight for these raisins on the container, or it's going to be like, it's going to be something weird and awful. I almost guarantee it, but I live in perpetual hope that the serving size and weights are normal. A quarter cup is 40 grams. Ah, amazing. The world smiles on us. So this should be 160. When I put this in, this should be 160 grams. And we were breaking apart the raisins as they go. So we added our flour, baking soda, salt, and spices. And then we add the raisins. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, mix. The consistency of the scale is the goal, honestly. Like that's more for me, it's less about knowing the exact number and being able to replicate the thing that I just did. In this scenario, it's like, well, you know, whether or not a cup of sugar is 230 grams, I put 230 grams in the first batch. And if I want everything to be the same, I got to put 230 grams in the second batch too. Chris says, I rarely use measuring cups anymore. Same. I don't, if I can help it. If a recipe that I'm making gives a weight measure and a cup measure or a volume measure, I'm going to go with the weight measure. Like I'm always going to use the weight measure because it's easier, you know, if you don't have to dirty the cups and the spoons and, you know, various things like that, it's so much easier to just put it in by weight. And this is the only scale in the house that works. I don't otherwise weigh anything else. This is the one. And I'm breaking apart these raisins because they are sticky. Once they get in here and they are covered in flour, then they stay broken apart. But, all right, so what did I say? 160 grams is what I was expecting here. So I'm at 140 and I got a little bit to go. And so, yeah, we're going to be right at 160. 56 grams, 57 grams. Great. So I'll put like 4 more raisins in here. 58, 59, 60. Perfect. Okay. Got our raisins. Good to go. Let's mix these in. I'm going to wash my hands because they are now sticky. And we're going to cream together our sugar and butter. Sugar, butter, and applesauce. Yeah. Okay. So everything else here, I do not need. I can clean this bit of the counter off. Or rather, take all my stuff that's over there and migrate it to the sink. Time check. 15:22. Okay, good. We're in a good space here, time-wise, for sure. Waiting. So I want to have dinner ready by maybe like 6 p.m. Texts. Nothing from Calvin. Nothing that I need to respond to. Okay. I'm waiting on an important email. That's why I keep checking my phone. I checked my phone a bit more times than usual this stream. But I'm waiting for an email reply for something I have out in the world that curious to see how it is received. And I can't really say any more than that, but it is nothing super important. Nothing super impactful. I'm just like, you know how sometimes you're just waiting for a response on something. That's me today. All right. Let's get our wet ingredients done. bowl for that is here. Sugar, hold on, we need to weigh those out. So sugar, I did measure earlier. That was 230 grams. So we'll just do that by weight because that is going to stay consistent between recipes or between batches. Ooh, 230. Perfect. Okay. The air tastes like sugar when you do that. It's delicious. Okay. I'm also putting everything back in my cabinet as I go here. So Calvin, my son, for all of y'all who are maybe newer somehow and are not unaware, or who are unaware, my son's name is Calvin. He is about to be 11 years old, and he just texted and said, "Since we're making ice cream on Saturday, we're gonna stop at the corner store and get Pop Rocks for our ice cream. They want to make Pop Rocks ice cream." Which to me is code for I'm going to the corner store. Because not gonna lie, dude, you don't need to get the Pop Rocks now or at any point before Saturday. But I get it. It was just a funny text to get. Yesterday, he informed really, that his friends were going to come over and make ice cream at our house. He's never made ice cream, and functionally, the ice cream maker that I had got ruined when our basement flooded. So I was like, I guess we can do that. Let me consider what that means. Anyway, so tomorrow we'll be prepping for ice cream. That's stream tomorrow is getting ready to make ice cream with a bunch of his friends on Saturday, which we will not be streaming because children, but other people's children, I should say. But it is going to be interesting, hopefully interesting and fun. A little local salad kit company, which is probably fine, Mix, of course, right? You know, like they know where their lettuce came from, right there, the ground right there. Like, yeah, I think there's a. I don't want to make light of any of that because certainly it is harmful and impacting people's lives and decisions. And at the same time, I also am like, well, if we know which brands and products were affected, it's probably okay to have the other ones, right? Like I bought some spinach today and didn't worry about it. Now, if tomorrow I'm like, hey y'all, I'm not feeling so good, I gotta cancel stream, you can understand. You'll be like, told you so. Okay, so let's get these mixer blades in here. We're gonna mix this for about 5 minutes, which is what we did the first time. I'm just gonna go ahead and start the mixer, or I'm gonna do that. And we'll kind of go right through here. So 5-minute timer. Wait, no, that's counting up. We don't want that. We want 500, and it looks like we have about 18 minutes left on the cake in the oven. Before I start mixing, let me just put an eye on this. Oh yeah, that looks fucking good. The cake in the oven looks real good. So we're gonna mix this, and then we'll be back in just a moment. You know what? Let me try. I want to try something today. Can we try something instead? I have a where is it? I have a scene that I made with clips on it for when there are loud noises on the stream for a long time. I'm going to put that up. It's going to play some clips while I'm doing this, and you can still see the camera and I'll still see chat, but it's going to play, if this works.
I smell weed. Someone's smoking weed.
Okay. So while I'm mixing, we'll do, hold on. Now let's try this. Can I do words on stream? Would you rather play words on stream or would you rather have some clips? Well, obviously the clips aren't working. Some of these clips aren't working in the moment. Where am I looking for? I thought I had a thing with timers on it. Maybe I don't. Yeah, the clips don't appear to be working. Let's just do some words on stream. If these aren't going to work. Words on stream plus clips away. Oh, hold on. What is this scene? No. That's not. I also thought I had. Oh, weird. Hold on. Is this not even on? Oh, this might not even work. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Let me try something real quick here because I feel like I know exactly why that's not working. This should be any scene, BRB, loud noise. Okay, so the loud noise scene is there. The stop needs to have that clip player. Command triggered clip player. Stop, edit scene names. Scene name 2, loud noise. Loud noise. Scene name 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Scene, is this still named loud noise? It is. And it should be playing. And it's not. That's annoying. Okay. Well, that is quite literally annoying because that should be working in scene name 2, and it is the right one. And it is the right one. Yeah. It's sorry, it's set up right in the back end, but sometimes it's just not working.
That'd be really boring if I did a hot tub stream. It would
Okay.
just be me
Well,
in the
let's
water.
do that. I'm here and I'm mixing.
Like with my face like this.
And I'll be right back.
And just be like, hello. Hello.
And I can still hear.
You never know.
You know, it's all, there's tables all out here. Wiping that way.
Oh, what's up with this player, though? All right, this isn't gonna work.
We can't be a bird watcher yet. How many friends do y'all have that have like hit their 30s, 40s, or 50s, and they're like, oh, is that a robin in my backyard? And then all of a sudden they have a vest and a fucking Audubon guide.
Aw, Twinderella, you took my joy. You took my joy away. I was about to ban him. I was about to do it. I wanted to do it. I never get to do it. Then wait, were they calling me a name? What name did they call me? I don't even know. I'm so dense I didn't even recognize they were calling me a name. Oh, they were calling me a hooer. Oh, that's very old. I always clear the microwave, except when I don't. And then I'm like, who the fuck left time on the microwave? And I'm like, I look at how much time is left, and I'm like, oh, that was me. Oops, my bad. So if your kiddo point in life, he's still alive. I've texted him.
Shit. About 2 hours ago, Drink More Cook Less came in the stream and said hi, and I don't think I said hi to him. The anxiety is real. Sorry, Robbie. Sorry.
Still mixing. 3
This
more
is what I
minutes.
think about after stream sometimes. I'm like, oh, did I say hi to that person? I saw that chat. All right, let's keep rolling, as the great lyricist Fred Durst once said. Yeah, and you can see from this is like what I'm filtering out of here.
Wow, team
Is this,
192.
like, gunky,
That's old.
like fat sort of
I'm
stuff.
wearing the same hat today that I'm wearing the next stream.
I have a little separate grill, like a flat. I have two. One has legs on it that I can put over the fire. The other one is just flat, and it goes over top of the campfire or the campsite grill. The campsite grills are not great. They are actually great, but they are.
I detest when my view gets changed. OBS, like, every once in a while will make the thing wacky, and it like drives me. I'm like, no, it's all structured. My widgets.
It's the noise gate. One minute.
Happy welcome, happy welcome, whatever that means. You're welcome to be happy if you so choose. Sometimes I'm trying to be funny, and sometimes I'm just fighting. Sometimes I'm just fighting. I'm fighting to keep the thoughts from overwhelming me.
Hi, Jamie. See you in a moment.
And sometimes they happen at the same time. Okay, we're back. We're back. That was 5 minutes of mixing total. So this is, I feel like this definitely will be better in the stand mixer, because creaming butter and sugar together with this hand mixer takes a lot longer. Jamie, welcome in. But that's okay. Again, I want to be able to, I know that it'll work in the stand mixer. I want to make sure that it works with the hand mixer. We have a few minutes left on my cake in the oven. 45 minutes on the cake in the oven. So this looks to be about the same consistency as before. So let's add our applesauce to this. And we're going to want 378 grams of applesauce. So certainly most of the rest of this container, if not the rest of it. Yeah, definitely the rest of it, plus the next container. This is where I'm going to open up one of those little cups of applesauce and see. Not see. I know these will work, but this is like the little in-between sort of triage. I don't want to open up another big jar of the applesauce. But I also need more in here. My widgets. I know, right? 50, 60, 378. 378 grams of applesauce. Perfect. Okay, this can go in the cabinet. So then we mix this in. With the mixer on low, add the applesauce and mix until completely combined and uniform in color. All right. Okay, so that's good. Let me make my note here about what I actually want out of that step, or not what I want. What I want is already here. What I want is my pen. Where is my pen? This could be a disaster. It's not, it's the only pen in the world. It literally is the only pen. Did I put it back in the container? No. It's fine. Let's get another one. Okay, so mix for 30 seconds until fully combined and streak free. All right. Oh, look at that. Found it. Then we're going to mix. So we did the dry ingredients. Add the dry ingredients to the butter and sugar. Then with the mixer on low, mix together until well combined and no dry spots remain. Okay. So we're going to add our pre-sifted and mixed dry ingredients. I'm going to dump all of those in at once. Do I have my weight? Do I have a weight on this bowl? I don't. It's fine. I thought I did. I do. Somewhere around I have how much that bowl weighs, but I was just thinking ahead to portioning this out into the cups. Okay, I need this to be on low. OB. OB. Are we going to have trouble? OB. Get down. Hold on. Buddy. You got it? No. No. Precarious. Okay. OB is climbing on the counter. trying to knock over the light over here. To be fair, he's not trying to knock over anything. It's not, nothing is, there's no, Obi does not act out of malice. He acts out of curiosity, which often means that things hit the ground. Okay, so we're mixing our dry ingredients. We are well combined here. Everything is looking good. I'm going to scrape these off. My bowl is scraped. Let's get these scraped off here. By the time I'm finished portioning these muffins out, my oven will be empty and ready for the next little bit of cake to go in, which is great. And then from there we will clean up, and then we'll hit our dinner afterward. Okay. So that one is good. Get this one scraped off. And I'm going to use a cookie scoop, like a 3-tablespoon cookie scoop for this, to make sure that I'm even portioning out the cake evenly between everything. All right, there we go. My son is problematic. When it says, what is my son being problematic about?
He's not here.
Well, I know he's not here, but it's, yeah.
CVS now.
What is it? What? Okay. Why is he at CVS? Because the corner store didn't have Pop Rocks? He doesn't. Okay. I just said this a few minutes ago, but there is zero. Those are swim gloves. He doesn't need those. There's zero necessity for him to buy Pop Rocks today. We're not doing this until Saturday. It's Wednesday. He just wanted to go to the store, which is fine. He just wanted his independence, which is fine. Okay, got it. I know. Pop Rocks are important, right? Calvin volunteered that we would have that he could bring. He told me yesterday that his friends were coming over yesterday to make ice cream. He was like, "Can my friends come over and make ice cream?" I think he said tomorrow, meaning today. And I was like, no, they cannot. One, we don't have an ice cream maker anymore. It got damaged and ruined when our basement flooded. But two, ice cream takes a long time to make. We're not going to do that tomorrow. Anyway, what we agreed on was that we would do this on Saturday. And now he was like, my friends and I want to make Pop Rocks ice cream. So now he's apparently out on a quest for Pop Rocks when he has a swim lesson that his mother is trying to take him to. And honestly, it's fine to me. I don't really care. He's not sitting upstairs playing Roblox on his iPad. They are going from store to store trying to find Pop Rocks to put in ice cream that they want to make. Great. Fine with me. Like, I would rather him be doing that than playing Roblox. Among many, many, many other things. Right, to be 11 again. I know. He's also, I think he's considering that I usually, when I've been taking him to swim lessons, I'm taking him on the scooter, and parking is immediate and available, like 100% of the time right out in front of the place, whereas Gwen uses the car and parking is not available and difficult to find when you are in a car. So
This is the swim bag, right?
that is the swim bag. He just needs his one of his goggles is probably upstairs on his dresser from the weekend, I'm guessing. Okay, so we're portioning. My timer went off for my cake, and that's in the oven, and I need to get it out right now because that is a time thing. Sorry, many things are happening. Are you like picking him up, Gwen? Okay. Just getting his stuff ready. Yes. Okay. Need to get out of the way. Okay, let's take a look at this cake. This is looking good and finished, I believe. Yes, that was exactly 45 minutes. This is pulled away from the edge. When I put this in, it comes out relatively clean. I could probably use 5 more minutes, actually. What, you think he's going to hop in the oven?
Yes, I do.
I don't. He is stupid. Ash is down here. Gwen's very concerned about his presence near the oven. Jamie, I did. Sorry. Yes, I hadn't. I've been sort of spinning like the Tasmanian devil for the past like couple minutes, and I wanted to give your question the actual answer that it deserves. And if Zach wants to, if Zach is looking for captions and that kind of thing, I'm happy to talk to them about that. Like, I mean, I'm happy to like spend some time in a DM like walking through the specifics. The captions, captions, when you say captions, sorry, in my head, I'm hearing the chat messages, like not hearing, but I'm thinking the chat messages on the screen. Are you referring to closed captions, though? I want to make sure I'm answering the right question. Closed captions, I haven't changed anything in a while. I am using... that might have been something that Twitch changed. I am using the closed captioning plugin for OBS that uses Google speech to text. I can send you, hold on, I will send, so this is the, I'm just going to put it in chat. So in chat is what, if I was going to look for the plugin that I use, like if I was going to Google something, that's what I would Google. That exact thing. But I believe, so I personally haven't changed anything about my closed captions in months. I'm only using that closed caption plugin. If it can be used with Streamlabs, like the Streamlabs platform, this not platform, wrong term. The Streamlabs program. So I'm currently using OBS. I'm using the most current build of OBS and the same plugin that I've been using for quite a while. Oh shit, I meant to set a timer. See, this is what happens with the cake. Let's say 3 minutes and 30 seconds. But yeah, the closed captions are definitely haven't been touched in a while. So I'm going to add a little bit more cake batter to each of these scoops. I put a 3 tablespoon scoop in, but I think this could take about 4 tablespoons. Now what's going to happen is these are going to end up being like way over the top here. And that'll be fine if they like spill over a little bit, because whenever you make cupcakes and the top gets a little like edge spill over and they're brown and crispy, that's always kind of delicious, actually. Kathy, welcome in. Yeah, I mix this back in. I think Twitch has improved caption support. Yes. Yeah, I think so too. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I haven't changed anything. No Pop Rocks anywhere. Well, I have to go to the store like again tomorrow. Yeah. So I will take a look. I don't know. I will find Pop Rocks for you. I guarantee it. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the candy store. I'll take you to the candy shop. Um, anybody? No, I will go to the store. I will go to the Head Nut. There's several candy stores in Reading Terminal Market. I love our tech support diva. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Jamie. The thing that might have changed is might be something with OBS. Like OBS might be supporting the captions differently because I just today updated my version of OBS. So it might be that also. It's either Twitch or OBS changing something in their support, but it's definitely not me changing my closed captions. So it's one of those two things. Mick says, am I going to do loaf pan? I hadn't thought about it, but I might. I don't see why it wouldn't work. I think this is... Bye, have fun, love you too. They look a bit different. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious. Now, when I watch my own streams back, I don't watch them with closed captioning. So I am almost completely reliant on the feedback of folks in stream as to whether my closed captions work. Hold on. I was the last one to use the car. Gwen's getting in the car. It's going to connect to the Bluetooth, and we got to put the duck song on. Hold on. Duck song. And she's starting the car. Hold on. We're just gonna wait. Wait, there it goes. Oh my god, it's my... She's honking. Swim safe. Bye. Calvin just came in and said, "Nice job." Oh my god, the duck song is the worst. Okay, so I hadn't considered a loaf pan yet. That might be a thing I could try tomorrow. But I'm not. Did I put my cupcake wrappers away? I did. I did. I put them all the way back up here. Why did I do that? I certainly think it would work. Right? A harmless nuisance. Exactly. That's my energy. Harmless nuisance. Jamie, what? Sorry, I'm like with the closed captions. They look so visually. If they look different, that's probably a Twitch thing. Because from the platform end, so I'm using OBS. From that end, I'm just sending data to Twitch, and Twitch is using that information and displaying it in some specific way. So I'm assuming that if Zach has closed captions that aren't working anymore, that my first instinct for fixing that would be to reinstall the plugin that they're currently using. Just that's it. Like just reinstall the existing thing. Because it might need to like reset its connection with Twitch. There's some maybe token or a API call that is slightly different. That would get fixed with a reset. It's the equivalent of turning it off and turning it back on. Every time my closed captions don't work, I just reinstall. I uninstall and reinstall the plugin, and then they work again. So that's what I would say. That's probably my first instinct is that Twitch changed something, and they're going to need to do some software related reauthorization. Just a guess. That's my guess without knowing anything about that or much else. Sugar. But yeah, I personally didn't change anything. So we're going to take some of this nice flaky sugar, about a teaspoon, and just sprinkle it over the top here. So I pulled that cake out of the oven. It's currently cooling right here. It's looking good. Orma, welcome. Hello. Happy Wednesday. We are baking some cakes today. So what we're doing while I'm getting these while these cupcakes are in the oven, we're gonna get our dinner together. We're gonna get like mise en place for dinner. And once I pull these cupcakes out of the oven, we'll put dinner in the oven. So I'm assuming that dinner's not the cupcakes. The cupcakes should not take as long as the cake itself took because they're smaller. But you never know. But we're going to pop those in the oven now, and pop those in the oven, and then let's see. Let's set a timer for 30 minutes. What kind of cupcakes? These are apple cake cupcakes. So I'm working on a recipe today for retro apple cake. That is the name of it. And we're sorry for the loud noise. I don't know if that came through on stream, but if it did, apologies. It did. I looked over and the monitoring thing it was as red as I've ever seen it. I'm very sorry. I assumed that would not come through, but it did. My bad. Let's pop these in the oven. So these are, as I said, apple, like a basic applesauce cake. I made it as a cake, as a, hold on, start my timer. Okay, great. We did it. We made it in cake version, which is here. So this is the cake that's pulled out of the oven. We're gonna let this rest for another couple minutes before cutting into it and seeing how this came out. But this looks pretty good. We have our Click Me reward is active right now. Ding ding. If you are looking to grab some extra Cookie Club entries or points towards an entry, there's a channel point reward for about the next minute that you can redeem that has it accumulates just like check-ins, and when you click it enough times, you will get a Cookie Club entry. This recipe is for apple sauce cake. It is, mix well. Bake in a well-greased loaf pan at 380 for about 45 minutes. This actually says to bake this. The original says to bake this in a loaf pan. The folks that I'm working on this recipe for asked that it be done in a square pan, like 8x8, 8x8, 9x9, or 9x13. So this is originally in a loaf pan, but we're gonna let that. We're gonna keep this in the square pan for now. It does seem very loaf-esque. There's also no eggs in here, which is kind of great. Yeah, no eggs, no oil. There's butter for a grease component, but no eggs, no oil. Very simple. Bake for 45 minutes until slightly pulled away from pan edge, browned, deep brown on outside. I should also note here that I added parchment to the bottom. Great. Okay. Now, obviously, you could also. I'm at the point where everything's in the oven. I have no more control over. I mean, the control I have now is, do I get it out at the, when do I get it out of the oven? Some other thoughts around this particular cake. What I want to try tomorrow is adding some apples, like fine diced apples tossed with cinnamon and sugar. So we want to try the stand mixer and fine diced apples. I know that from an adjustment perspective here, I added raisins to this, but you could also add basically any dried fruit. Like raisins are always sort of the go-to, but any dried fruit would be fine. Dates, dried figs, blueberries, cranberries if you're feeling festive. Any of that would also work really well. They're basically the same as raisins, just add the same volume of any other chopped dried fruit. If you were adding dates, obviously you would need to chop them up first, unless you wanted like one date. You could put like one date in each cupcake, which could be fun. But other dried fruit would also be an option. Nick says I go cautiously with using apples. My thought with the apples was they're going to give up a lot of liquid. So two things: dice them, fine dice them, coat them with sugar and cinnamon, and let them sit for like 15 minutes, and then drain off the liquid. That's my like calculation with that. That adds an extra layer of complication, but you would not want to just put the apples directly into the batter because they will give off because they'll give off a ton of liquid. So for sure. Sweet sandwiches for an afternoon snack and tea cake. Yes. I mean, who doesn't love a sweet sandwich? Who doesn't love a sweet lard sandwich made out of cake? Good old 1929. Okay, so I think that's good for the recipe notes here. We started off with a clean sheet of paper. We have finished up with a paper that has lots of notes on it, as is usually the case. So I'm not going to call this version 1. We're going to call this version 2, because version 1 is the original. So this can't be version 1. Version 1 existed already. Bring in an egg, that way there's a little protein support to hold the apple pieces. Oh yeah, so they don't like fall out of the thing. That makes sense too. This is a really thick cake. It said pour into the pan, but I went to pour it initially and it did not really slide out of the bowl. It was like, nah, we're good. Let's put some things away here, and I'm gonna get set up with my dinner. Because once those cupcakes come out of the oven, I want to toss a tray of dinner in. Now, this is the part where I'm like, I don't really know what dinner is. I do know what dinner is, like, to a point. I don't know specifically what we're going to do and the exact order of everything. So we're going to work through that. I think that this cake is this cake has been in here for 10 minutes now. Yeah, about 10 minutes. I'm going to take this out and then let this cool. Perfect. Look at that. That came out delightfully. This looks really nice all around the outside. So here we are. This is the cake version of this, the 8x8 loaf cake. Well, you can't really see the bottom because it's got parchment paper on it. Let's maybe take that parchment off. All right. Nice browning on the bottom of that. I'm going to put that on a wire rack, and we're going to let this cool even more on the counter here. This is meant to be eaten just like it is. This is not a ice that, we're not cutting the top off and icing it. This is what it is. I do think, at least from this structure, this would be awesome to cut up and make into bread pudding. Hopefully, we'll see. I'm going to let that cool for just a little bit longer without cutting it so that it kind of has time to just exist on its own while I get out my ingredients for dinner. When I get the cupcakes out, we'll let those cool, and then we'll try both of those things at the same time, is my thought here. Okay, so dinner is going to be a couple things, but I know that one of the things is going to be quinoa. So I'm going to just get out a pot, and then we'll do the quinoa first. Because regardless of what happens to the quinoa after I cook it, while it is cooking, it's just going to have quinoa in it. We're not adding anything separate to the actual cook itself. Stovetop. Using a fine mesh sieve, thoroughly rinse 1 cup of quinoa under cold water until the water runs clear. Place quinoa in a medium saucepan with 1.5 cups of water or broth. We love broth. And bring to a fast simmer. Cover with a tight-fitting lid. Reduce the heat, maintain a low simmer, and cook for 17 minutes. Remove the heat. Keep covered and let steam for 5 minutes. Fluff with a fork and enjoy. All right, so I'm gonna do exactly what it says there, right? Sofluff, hello. I'm having a good stream. Can't hear me, so. Okay. Cut it in half. Fold half a can of apple pie filling in a small tub of Cool Whip. Put it in the squares. Church brunch vibes. Oh my God, mix. Yeah, that's big, like ambrosia salad, but with bread energy right there. I agree with you. That's really funny. Also, that would definitely be quite good. I would absolutely eat that. So we're gonna do quinoa. It says cup. What does it say? Rinse a cup of quinoa. So we're gonna go ahead and do. This is 1/3 of a cup. So 1, 2, 3, and then I've only got 1/3 of a cup left in here. A little less than 1/3 of a cup. I've got like a 1/4 cup left in here. So we're just gonna. I was about to do that thing where I threw the bag out and then had to go open the trash can immediately to look at the directions. Rinse this thoroughly under cold water until it runs clear. Okay, let's do that. An old-timey carnival-like place. I kind of love those. I prefer an old-timey carnival-like place to a modern-style arcade. All right, we are just rinsing this with cold water. So that should be, so the water runs clear. We're almost there. Quinoa is a little easier to rinse off than rice. This is definitely a use it up meal. I love it. I love the using it up aspect because I didn't have a specific plan today. The plan for the meal today started with the sausages because I saw those at the at Reading Terminal and was like, well, these look good. Let's buy them and figure it out. So that's what we're doing today. Is we're figuring out how to make a meal out of lamb sausage, spicy lamb sausage. It said that was the product name. So we did that. 1 1/3 a cup of water. So we're gonna do like 1.5 cups of water because of the difference in volume. So that's fine. We're just gonna use the same measuring cup. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 4/3, and then a little extra for the little extra that we had. All right, we're going to place this on the stove. It says bring it to, what does the directions say? We're working on it. Bring to a fast simmer. Oh, it did say broth. Do I have any leftover broth of any kind in here? No. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's fine. I am going to put some salt in here, though. Salt, and let's do a little bit of like just dried herbs in as this is boiling, because that way they will rehydrate a little bit and make it nicer. So we're going to do dill and basil and just a little bit of MSG in addition to our salt. So our quinoa is nicely seasoned now. Let's mix that in, or rather, just get that. There we go. All right, and we're gonna bring that to a nice simmer, bring it to a fast simmer, cover with a lid, reduce to maintain a low simmer, and cook for 17 minutes. Okay, so let's get 17 minutes on the clock as opposed to in concept. We're gonna pop the lid on here. And we're going to keep an eye on that as I'm getting the rest of my ingredients out, because certainly it's going to start boiling and then I'm going to forget. There's a reason folks keep going back to church brunch. You get to eat stuff you didn't make, and that's fun and free. Mix, you know what one of my favorite things is? Running into church cookbooks at like thrift shops. The like, you know, whatever, like, I don't know, Dolores's homemade salsa, shit like that. It's just like, it's all it's all like that kind of recipe. And I particularly enjoy when I'm in like a thrift store and I see one of those. I don't buy it, but I usually will peruse it for a few minutes. Maybe take a picture of something fun if like there's something fun and unique in there. But like that's the exact type of thing that would be in a church cookbook. Like that is exactly the type of recipe where it's like, but it wouldn't be like a homemade loaf cake. It would be like, take an Entenmann's cake and cut it up, and then like mix it with maraschino cherries and a bunch of Cool Whip and like rainbow sprinkles, and it would be called something. It would be called something like, you know, Aunt Connie's picnic surprise or some ridiculous shit like that, and it would be the best thing you've ever eaten, guaranteed. Oh my god. Wow, guys, congratulations. That's amazing. Just Angela, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing friends through. From hanging out and chatting earlier to streaming and then raiding. Thank you. Nice to have you. Hold on. What we got to do? Let's do like the proper thing. The thing is that it is right and proper to put a specific shout out in the chat for Just Angela, who was in fact just streaming food and drink mere moments ago. What were you making? What were you making on the stream today? How was it? Did you enjoy yourself? Did you learn something? Was it fun? Was it informative? How are you doing? And thank you for bringing friends. We appreciate it. Just Angela is a fellow food and drink streamer. Angela, are you a member of the Twitch Creator Club? If you're not, there's a link to it in chat. It's free. It's an official club by Twitch for food and drink streamers, and it'd be lovely to have you as part of it if you're curious and interested. And you don't really need to be a full food and drink streamer. When I say full food and drink streamer, what I mean is you don't need to stream full food and drink only if you're doing other things at this, other things on stream. Perhaps you game, perhaps you do IRL or co-working or whatever. You can also, any number of food and drink streams will count towards that. So there's a link to that in chat. If you do apply, feel free to put my name in as a reference, and be prepared to wait because they're really slow taking applications and getting through the system because it's verified by humans. Anyway, it's literally your application is like looked at and reviewed by a real person. So, but please feel free to join. I know that you were streaming food and drink. I believe I followed you at some point recently. I know I'm following you. But I don't remember when it was. Anyway, thanks for bringing friends through. Friends who just joined us from Angela's stream. My name is Lou. I am a food and drink streamer. We do vegetable forward family meals here for the most part. We do recipe development. We also do meal prep, a lot of baking. We get out in the world and do IRL stuff occasionally. I'm a home cook and a recipe developer for work. I'm also a parent, live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy you're here. Follows are anonymous. If you want to hit the follow button, nothing happens, no sounds. I'm not going to say hi to you. Just feel free to enjoy your lurk. Our community is generally like hanging out at your friend's kitchen counter, chatting about whatever you want to. It's a good vibe, and we're happy to have you. Feel free to chat. Feel free to lurk. Whatever you want. You want attention? Say so in chat. Not a new streamer, but new at food and drink. Switched to that in December, so I didn't know about that. Yeah, that's awesome. It's that's super cool. What was your motivation for changing? Just boredom? Lifestyle change? What compelled you to jump into the food and drink world? It's a very small community on Twitch in the terms of like the people who stream food and drink regularly. There's a lot of folks I think on Twitch who are like who stream cooking sometimes, who are like, we're gonna cook today. It's like a channel point reward or like a community reward or something of that nature. But there's not a ton of folks who just do cooking. Even I don't just do cooking. I do IRL stuff, but primarily we do cooking. Generally speaking, generally speaking, the stream is about cooking. So, Fall Guys, hamburger helper counts. Hamburger helper counts. McDonald's counts. Feeding yourself counts. If you're feeding yourself, you're doing great. I promise you. Had to stop streaming for 3 years and became more of a baker during that 3 years. That is great motivation. I could see that. One of my friends went from gaming and music to crafting and cross stitch. Hell yeah! Sometimes you need to switch. Sometimes you need to switch, right? I hear this frequently with a bunch of folks. Not a bunch of folks, but whenever I go to TwitchCon, well, not every damn night, Fall Guys, right? Also, I'm glad that your yard situation has worked out. That is good. Whatever's accessible and feeds you. Exactly, Mick. Some days you don't have the capacity to cook. Some days you do. The other day, I didn't have the capacity to literally put things on a sheet pan and put them in the oven. I was not capable of making dip dinner. Dip dinner. Dip dinner is stuff from the freezer into the oven, and that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's a long time, Angela. That is a long time. I didn't even know that Twitch existed that long ago. Like, I did. Twitch to me was like the place that people played video games, and that's quite literally it. I had no idea. I had zero idea. 16 years, holy shit. Fall Guys migrated their account from Justin TV. I'm guessing. See, I know the lore. I keep wiping the counter because every time I run my hand over it, I feel like another little like spot. Yeah, see, I knew it. I said it before you put it in chat. I want my credit. I want my I want my I want my gold star. All right, so the quinoa's on the stove. That's cooking. We have this is counting up. I was like, why? What is this timer at 24 minutes for? There's 7 minutes left on these cupcakes in the oven. They look really nice. They have come up really well. I also want to make a note here that with cupcakes, we used paper liner and 4 tablespoons. I want to measure the size of this cake. This cake is roughly 2 inches high in an 8 by 8. It's 2 inches high. And then the cupcakes made 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 cupcakes. Okay, sorry. A little notes that like that are like the things that later I'll be like, shit, how many did that do? Whatever. I'm gonna start being embarrassed when my account hits 20 years old. Nah, you probably get a badge. I ate half my coffee cake and stream and it's went to eat the rest with a flag and and decided it's his muffin. Oh no! Not gonna lie, Angela, I would 100% just be like, shh, get off. I kind of love I love coffee cake though. That's kind of amazing. Okay, so for this, we're going to add oh, what the fuck? I thought I had carrots in here. Okay, well I do. I do, but it's these. They crawl and poop. That's true. That's true. And I'm desperate. And I do love me some. I would just be like, I'm going for it. But no, I feel you. Listen, I can be a gross person, and I'm sorry. What else did I have on this list? Lamb sausage, feta, carrots, oregano. Oh, right. Oregano. This is fresh oregano. But other herbs, thyme. I have thyme in here. So here's what I'm thinking. It is the word feet, Fall Guys. The bot has a thing. I'm sorry. It's not me, it's the bot. It's definitely not me. Okay, so we're working through the quinoa. The quinoa has roughly 11 minutes left. I think this is going okay. I have this on very, very, very low. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put the carrots and sausage in the same pan. So I'm thinking I want to bake these. I'm gonna bake these. I'm gonna put them all in here. I think they'll all fit. Yeah, they'll all fit in here. So these sausages are like good to go as they are. I got 4 of them. I figure like 1 per person in the household, and then 1 not extra, but like additional. Like I'll probably eat a little bit more than 4. We're gonna bake these as whole sausages like this. What I'm thinking is I'm gonna cut up some carrots and put those on in the tray with the sausage. They all kind of cook together. We'll season the carrots first. We'll toss those in a bowl, season them with a little salt and pepper, and then just toss them in, a little bit of oil. We'll toss those in. While all of those things cook, I'm going to cut some apples, and I don't know what shape I want to cut the apples into, but we're going to cut up some apples. And once the sausages and carrots are like mostly finished, Then we'll put the apples in the pan too. So I want those to cook a little bit, but not get really soft and mushy. So I don't want to put them in right away because that would be they definitely don't take as long. They will not take as long as the sausage or the carrots to cook. And I was debating whether or not I actually I am debating whether or not I actually want the apples to be cooked at all. I was thinking it might be nice to mix like little fine diced apples in the quinoa. And so in the quinoa, I'm already going to be mixing some herbs, oregano, basil, thyme, and that's it. There's dried dill and dried basil in the quinoa itself. So that's already going. But I'm thinking no, I kind of want the apples to be cooked a little bit in with the carrots, because what I think I'm gonna end up doing is putting the carrots and the apples, like we're just gonna scoop those on the side where it's like a vegetable or like a produce medley. That's my thinking. Bella says you're braver than I am for eating the leafy green stuff. You know, this is from a different source. Product of Canada. Thank you, Canada. I bought Canadian greens today. Because who knows? Because who knows, right? Yeah. Ooh. Spiral cutter. Oh my God. The lemon juice. Yeah, the lemon juice is important. I'm gonna toss the apples in something as well. Some other like stuff. I don't know what these sausages taste like. They're supposed to be pretty. From what I gather, they're spicy. They look spicy. They literally look hot. They look red and sort of angry. I don't think they're as spicy as. They're not intolerably spicy, right? Tariff greens. Oh my God, I know. These probably got in ahead of the tariffs, right? They might. No, I don't know. It tells me when they were packaged, I'm sure. They're good until August 6th, it says. Also, this is arugula and not lettuce. Brown sugar is a good idea. A little bit of just any kind of sugar on the apples is a little bit of a good idea to draw out some more of the sweetness. Yeah, I was thinking of I do want to cook the apples. I'm wondering how much fat. Hi, Ash. We have an Ash right here. He's clawing at my leg. He's literally climbing. See his little paws? See his little paws? He's climbing. Are you coming up? You're just gonna hit my leg? No? Okay. Okay. He's being sweet. He's being sweet. I wonder what he wants. He's definitely being right there by my feet, though. Okay. My timer went off. Let me check these muffins. Fat sausage. These are pretty intimidating. I'm not gonna lie. For what they are, which is sausages and nothing more. These look to be finished. These are. I'm not going to poke through those. They seem pretty all right. And they smell good. They look good. Yo, whoa. Fuck, that is really hot underneath. Touching that with my bare hand. Sheesh. Oh, I'm pretty damn sure I didn't poop on my own veggies, fella says. Yeah, I mean, listen, you know that there are people out in the world who do that, right? Who are like, I'm fertilizing my own garden. Where did that muffin go? Where did this go? I think I just put it in there. I think I just didn't have enough batter and I put it in there. Look it. See little paws? Can you see the little paws coming up? He's down here climbing my leg. Ash, are you coming up? Do you want the chair? Ash, do you want the chair? Look at the little paws. There he is. I feel like I need to get the chair. Ash will occasionally sit. You come here. Come. Do you want the chair? You can sit in the chair. Come here. Come on. Come on. You want to sit in the chair, baby? Oh, here he is. Okay, just sit there and don't touch the muffins, okay? They're hot. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Mix, you got to do one thing at a time, right? It's all just a matter of years. Fellas, the grow bags, interesting. I feel like that's something I could do on the roof, or like on the patio, or like on the sidewalk. I don't have any grass or dirt anywhere. Humanure needs 2 years of contained composting away from anything food before you put it with food. Valid. And I feel like that's not a city person's pursuit. I feel like that is a like level of homesteading I have not personally reached just yet. I am not in any level of homesteading, by the way. I'm still at like the start screen of homesteading. The whole package, Fall Guys. Well, we try. Look at this baby. He's been here a bunch. This is the most visible cat on this stream. He could be the next Bert. I know. Well, I did get him. It took a little while. I got him comfortable sitting in the chair. Like, he'll hang out in the chair for a while. I think the longest he's hung out there is maybe an hour. Fall Guys, good call. Hey, I mean, that's also a thing. I bet. I know people who do it responsibly. Again, please don't hear me saying don't do this or that's gross or passing judgment on it in any capacity. Because, like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that there are regulations around doing that for commercial food products, but I'm also positive that there are ways to do it safely, right? That's like pretty guaranteed. It is still just poop after all. Comes from a more familiar source, but you know. I have a yard with dirt, but I'm using it for other things. A pool and a tent. I like the tent. You know what's funny? The other day, I had a weird conversation with Calvin where I was like explaining to him what an above ground pool was. Because I feel like an above ground pool is a very suburban thing. Maybe that's just me, but like he'd never been in one or even seen one. And if all you have ever been in are like city rec center concrete pools in the ground, the idea of like an above ground pool is an interesting concept to grasp. Or interesting concept to grasp. Like when I grew up, like if someone you knew had an in-ground pool, it was like, oh, you rich. But like in the city, no one has a pool, but all the pools that you go to are in-ground pools. So it's a weird dichotomy of like you're either affluent and suburban or any socioeconomic status and urban. Yeah, mix, exactly. Yeah, for sure. Like, I would want to know if you, as a home gardener, if I was eating at your house, that's a thing I would want to know. Just saying. They're wildly common rurally because they're faster and cheaper to set up when there's other stuff to do. Totally, and they're way cheaper. Yeah, Nick. So if I went to your house when I was a kid, and you had an in-ground pool, I was like, your parents are rich. Yes, you had an in-ground pool and a garage fridge, Fall Guys. I know, right? It's like, whoa, buddy. Whoa, buddy. I had a kid who I was friends with. Like, we weren't like close friends, but they had acreage. Like how did I even meet this kid? We were on the same recreational baseball team. They literally had like acreage of land at their house. They had a pool. They had multiple like garages. They had like a guest house, right? They had a go-kart that they rode around on their property. I went over to this kid's house and I was like, this is like, I was so, it was like just such a different world. Such a different world. And it's like, wow, this is intense. Like, you have access to all of this at once at your house. It was like the meme with the wrestling guy where he's just like getting progressively more excited. Intense. 9, I've been binging One Piece. Same. Calvin and I started it together, and we watch it together, and we're on episode like 120 something at this point. Fuck, so much more room for activities, right? Oh my god. Best friend was a rich kid. This kid was like, we were on the same baseball team. I got invited to his birthday party a couple times. You know what I mean? And it was like, we weren't really gonna be friends. I was just like, I don't know, whatever. I was just like a kid that he knew that his parents were like, do you want to invite Lou to your birthday party? You know, you guys play baseball together. And the kid was like, yeah, I guess so, you know. Okay, so we're gonna put the sausages in the oven. We're just gonna let them roast. We're gonna give this a count up timer. Actually, I'm gonna give this a 30-minute timer, just so that I know. Muffins are out of the oven. Quinoa is at its 17 minutes, so we're gonna let this sit. This seems good. I just turned it off. We're gonna let it sit. All right. We use a composting toilet and treat it in 4 years. Compost before using it in food. No, I wouldn't worry at all either, Mix. I would, but to your point around like that comment would really depend on the person. If I have seen them, if I feel like they're just a responsible, normal person, you know, that would be different than like if I didn't know you when I went to your house and you were like feeding me dinner. Like if we had just met, for example, you know, I feel like the conversation, I feel like there's a level of trust there that I would want to rely on, right? I don't know. I guess would I need to know? No, I don't think so. In many circumstances, I feel like if you're doing it responsibly, like just like if you're composting, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want people to worry. No, exactly. I feel like I'll say this. If you didn't tell me and then I didn't and then everything was fine, I wouldn't know. You know, I wouldn't whatever. But if you were like, "Hey, by the way," I would be like, "By the way, I have a few questions." Informed consent. Exactly, Mix. I don't care as long as you tell me. And if you tell me, expect that there's going to be maybe a question or two. Scratch my ash. This ash is not being touched right now. We're leaving Ash alone to do we're leaving Ash alone right now because he is sitting so nicely and we want to make sure that his experience on the chair remains a calm, good one. I know that's not what you meant. I know that you were making a joke and a play on words. At least I believe you were making a joke. You were making a joke, right? Please tell me if you were making a joke. It is that is a the way that you fertilize your organic food is a very niche kink. I'm not gonna lie. It's an interesting one to seek out. I don't think there's a setting for that on any of the apps, to be honest. I think that you'd have to put that in the tags. Okay, we're gonna cut up a second apple. It's a crime. Yeah, totally. Well, yeah. There's a level of like you gotta tell people if you're, I don't know. Do we think that we need to tell somebody if you're homesteading and you do that and you use human waste, and even if you do it responsibly? You sure Farmers Only doesn't have a kink tag? You know, I don't know. Never been on that one. Never been on that one. I am not a farmer. They would see right through me. I would make some John Deere joke, and they would be like, "That's not funny," and I would be like, "Oh dear, we messed up." Anyway, there might be though. I could cosplay as a farmer. Yeah. I mean, listen, I already do my best, like, cis man, masculine presenting act when I go camping. I can do that. I can be like, I can pass. It's not hard. It's not hard. Yeah, Velos, right? Especially in the farmers one. Farmers life leads to a lot of joke opportunities you don't get elsewhere. Yes. Yeah, exactly, Mitch. Exactly, Mix. I can Mitch. What was that? That was an interesting. What words did I conflate in my head to make that sound? I don't know. Right. No one needs to know that you're wearing a rainbow jockstrap under your cargo shorts. And there are cargo shorts. Listen. If there's one thing I know, it's the utilitarian value of cargo shorts in an environment where you need to not be where you need to not stand out. Overalls help too. Although if your overalls are like nice overalls, that's different. You need like the Carhartt overalls that have been used, not the fashion overalls. Just there's a big difference between those two things. Kathy, thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you doing that. I do. I hope you have a lovely rest of your afternoon. I'm going to add just a little bit of, you know what I'm going to add to this? I'm not going to add sugar. Am I going to add sugar? Yeah, I'm just going to add a little bit of like granulated sugar. I was going to add honey, but that will end up melting. Not melting. That will end up not soaking in the way that I want it to. Jizz man, which I assume to be something about animal husbandry and breeding processes. Oh my god. His entire job. I'm sure that he has opinions. I'm sure that there are very interesting and unique opinions that man possesses that other people maybe do not. Or have unawareness of. Herbs. Let's get our herbs done. So the herbs I want to mix with the quinoa. That's the goal. So we're going to do just a mix of a bunch of different things. nothing too wild. Well, I'm just wiping my cutting board off here. I'm going to use the same cutting board because this was all just vegetable or produce on there. Why did I put my mat away? We're at the point now where I want to get back in the fridge, but Ash is sitting there, and he's sitting there so nicely that I don't really want to move him. So we're not going to get in the fridge. I guess the answer is we won't get in the fridge. Which is fine, I suppose. So, quinoa, I don't need this bag anymore. We're going to fluff this in a few minutes. Speaking of animal husbandry. And vials full. This is oregano. We're going to use a bunch of this because I got this. I got this from my dad in his garden this past weekend. I've been using it basically every day since then. So, I don't think you can be precious when your job is knocking up cows. No, I think you have to have a good sense of humor and a lighter side. In that situation mix, for sure. Definitely a very interesting and unique job. In another life, Felix says I would never ask this man for a straw. You like at the drive-through and you're like, oh, I got this boba tea, but I forgot my straw, and the guy's like, I got you, and you're like, thanks. Does not guaranteed does not use paper straws, 100%. My God. Oh my God. In a different life, I worked for a company that had a customer that sold animal products. It was like a farm product. Specifically, their niche was dairy farmers. And I remember going through, this was like a catalog company. And I remember going through their catalog and being surprised, but not really surprised, but also shocked, but like not at all shocked about the type of tools that you could get for all sorts of different various farm tasks. And this is like industrial farming, not specifically like, oh, we have 2 cows. This is no, we own a massive dairy farm, and like is a lot. It was just fascinating stuff like that, like, many different versions of those types of products. From all ends and angles, they dealt with cows, and I did not deal directly with any of that. I was more on the, corporate-y side of working with their company. But I was definitely worked a lot with their product catalog, and it was one of the more interesting customers I think that I have ever worked with. Partly for that reason, partly because of the significant cultural differences that existed between those folks and myself / my company. And that definitely contributed to why they didn't like us / me very much. But that's okay. It was one of the few times that I've been asked. It was one of the few times I felt uncomfortable in a meeting, was with that company also. The guy's like, I don't know anything about pigs, but I know somebody. And you're like, all right, cool. give me a warm introduction. Ugh. That joke was not really that funny. It didn't. What? I can't tell if that was even a joke. And it came out of my mouth. So, great. Okay. I got a lot of oregano here. That's pretty good. We're going to put this off to the side so that once Ash moves, I can put that in the freezer bag. Actually, the freezer bag is available now because it's in the freezer. Ash is in front of the fridge. But this is a goes into the bag for stock situation. All right. Let me take a look in the oven. Yeah, things are moving along. I'm gonna turn my oven up to 400. It was on 380 still. I hadn't changed anything since I took the muffins out, but I think the sausages can take a bit of a higher heat. I know the carrots can take a bit of a higher heat, so we're gonna do that. Also going to, once I've got my herbs all plucked off here, I'm going to take my herb shears and just kind of run them in this bowl a little bit because the oregano is a bit chunky. And
Don't worry,
as opposed
I know what I'm
to,
doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
ain't that the truth? As opposed to tearing it all by hand, we're just going to take the herb shears and pop those in here. So I'm also being a little bit loose with the time in terms of how much I'm worrying about the stems, as in to say, I'm not really worrying too much about the stems. Also, I'm going to be putting this into warm quinoa and mixing it in, and it's all going to wilt just a little bit anyway. So it should be pretty fine. I know we're definitely not near the end of stream, but I was thinking about what to do tomorrow. So tomorrow, I think we're going to do another test or two of this cake and refine that recipe just a little bit more. I also think that tomorrow we're going to start an ice cream base. So tomorrow is going to be a little bit shorter of a stream. Actually, maybe not. Tomorrow is going to be roughly about the same time. But tomorrow we're going to be doing some more baking, and then like I said, I think we're going to make an ice cream base. Maybe. I'm expecting that at some point during stream tomorrow, we're going to get my new ice cream maker in the mail. Like it's literally going to arrive at the house. Where did I put that basil? There it is. It's going to arrive at the house tomorrow, and hopefully it arrives during stream. It would be great if it arrived before stream, because then it would be that would make sort of decisions around what to do when during stream a lot easier. But if it doesn't, it doesn't. But what I think we're going to do is prep for one batch of ice cream. Because I got a new ice cream maker and I don't really know what the setup is. I know that it has a real wooden bucket, so I'm aware that I'm going to have to like pre-treat the bucket for a couple hours, soaking it separately so that it soaks up and seals a little bit better. I could double the custard. That would be fun. And bread puddinging the cake might be nice actually, because I'm going to end up with a lot of cake. That's I hesitate to use the word problem because too much cake is not a problem. But I was also thinking I have some cream cheese in there, so I might, if I make cakes again tomorrow, or when I make cakes again tomorrow, I might frost it. Mix, getting to be a tourist in your own area is so fun when that happens. I very rarely get to do that in Philly, and it is really kind of amazing when you do get to do that. Did you find anything new or different about your area? Any new unique stuff that you came across for the first time? I love bread pudding too, and I am positive that I've never made bread pudding on stream. If I've made bread pudding in stream, I don't remember doing it. It is not something that I have a recollection of. So, the baby spinach is here. We're going to, how do I even open this? I mean, I could open this. but I'd like to maybe close it again. No, that's not true. I'm not going to close it again. I mean, I am going to close it again now, but we're not going to store this. I'm going to use all of it. I think what I'm going to do is mix this in with the quinoa. And then we're going to let that sit on the stove. So the quinoa is like ready to go. I'm not sure. I'm conscious of the fact that Calvin may be frustrated if dinner is ready immediately when he gets home. Often that is the case, because he's like, I didn't get enough time on my iPad today. To which my response is usually like, good, suffer. But that's not empathetic towards his experience in the world, so we need to be conscious of it. Anyway, I'm going to finish up with dinner, but then sort of expect that maybe we'll eat a little after he gets home. His swim lessons today, I don't know if he has any plans after that, but I do know that I personally would love to sit and watch several episodes of One Piece tonight. Quinoa looks great though. This is looking really nice. Let's add spinach handful by handful here. Let me wash my hands first though. Mix, going somewhere with someone knowledgeable is really fun. That sounds like a really nice walk around. All in one day. It's like a ton. It's so much walk. Did you walk a lot? I'm imagining walking a lot. Feels like a lot of walking. I love that. I'm assuming this was a quick visit on his behalf. Ash is still chilling over here, y'all. This cat is very interested, and not even really interested. He's just kind of around and happily hanging out. Oh, I mentioned him. I mentioned him. I did. I mentioned you, babe. But we're going to wilt this spinach in a little bit. Ding. There is you can get your Click Me Cookie Club entry in chat right now if you want to hop back and do a little channel point reward redemption. There's one in chat for you if you're interested in getting some Cookie Club entries in the future. So we're adding little by little some spinach here. It is wilting. This pot is a lot smaller than it's very small, so I may not be able to get all this in here. I'm thinking if I have a larger bowl, I'll put it in that, but I don't. So I think we'll just kind of keep going this way. The spinach that I have in here is already wilting though, so this is good. Mix, that sounds really lovely. A nice day out in your own area. Showing someone around your territory for the first time is very rewarding. All right. So spinach is in. Ashy Boo. Hi. Don't roll. Don't roll off the chair. You don't need to do that. He's considering rolling off the chair. That would not be good. I need to add a little salt to this because the spinach is not a bit unseasoned. It is unseasoned. I'm also going to add a little bit of olive oil. What I might do is put this back on the heat for a few moments, put a little bit of water in the bottom of this, and stir this on the stove, actually. Because I'm getting, I want to get the spinach in there, and I want it to be, I want it to breakdown. So we're going to add just a little bit of water in here, and we're going to treat this. We're going to treat this like a pasta sauce almost. So let's get that on the stove, and we're going to zoom in just a touch. And when I say zoom in, what I really mean is we're going to move the camera. Just this past weekend, I got several new minerals, gems and minerals, that are now living on my desk upstairs. I'm not a crystals person, generally speaking. I don't really know precisely what they mean, but I do know that I have quite a few of them, and that they live in a special place on my desk, and that at least 2 of them need to be in the sun for them to work. But that's about as involved and intense as I get. All right, so we're just mixing the spinach in. I have this on a relatively low heat, but I'm going to add, I kind of continuing to add a little bit of water to the bottom of this, just so that it doesn't burn. And yeah, this is already starting to melt. The spinach is already melting a little bit more than it was without the heat. So perfect. This is what I wanted. We're getting there. I am going to put the whole container of spinach in here because I'm going to eat it. And I don't know how long that sausage has been in there, but it's I know I started a timer, so I'm going to check that here in just a moment. When I say check, I'm going to temp it. I don't know what lamb is supposed to cook to, but I'm guessing it's somewhere like 160. All right, that is the last of the spinach out of the container. Yeah, it makes, I don't need to know all of the nuance of it to enjoy what they look like, is kind of how I see it. Like, hey, that one's pretty. I do read the descriptions, and I take whenever I buy a new gemstone or whatever, I take a picture of the card or the description or like whatever it's supposed to be, so that I can look at it later. And I keep those all in a separate folder in my my iPhoto or my photo album, so that I can like reference them later if I really want to change the energy in my room. But again, I don't like buy into it so much as I kind of think it's fun to just consider. Pool at 150. Okay. Well, I don't think it's at 150 yet, but we're gonna temp it here in a moment. Yeah, this is pretty good here. This is what I wanted. I'm just gonna put the lid back on this and let it rest. Now, I chopped up all of those herbs, and I don't know if I want to put all of them in here. Actually didn't chop them yet. So let's do that real quick. I'm just gonna take my herb shears and kind of get into here. And cut up, excuse me, cut up this oregano. Mainly it's the oregano in here that needs cutting. It's just big and chunky. Yeah, lamb is a thing that I don't cook very often. What's the difference? There's like a bunch of, I mean, you all like specific stuff like that? I feel like lamb is not necessarily polarizing, but there's certain meats for certain folks that are like, oh heck no, like I would never eat that. I feel like lamb is one of those things that I've heard that about, where some folks just get weird about it. Not weird is maybe the wrong term, who are just like put off by it. It has a very different taste, I will say. All right, this is at the point now where I'm just using a spoon because everything is spoon eligible. We're going to give this a taste now, because I feel like this needs some sort of spice herb etc. But this is looking pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that definitely needs more salt. Always more salt. Who doesn't love a good spooning? It's very connected. It's very connected, and it needn't be anything more than that. And you can do it with your friends. All right. A little salt. This quinoa has gone from fluffy to sticky because I added all that extra water and extra sort of stuff in here, spinach. I'm going to add a little bit more oil. Help break that up. It doesn't have to be weird. Exactly, Max. It doesn't have to be weird. It doesn't have to be sexual. You can just spoon your friends. And the more you do it, yeah, don't just surprise them, of course. And yeah, the more you practice, the less awkward it is for everyone. All right, I'm gonna try this. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Let me eat that. Okay, I'm just gonna turn the heat off on this. So turning this off, we're gonna put the lid back on and just leave this on the stove. Eventually, when my lamb and sausage and carrots are finished in the oven, we're just going to put all of that in the oven on warm and have that be all together and just kind of holding at a warm temperature. Let's review carrots, sausage, quinoa, apples, spinach, herbs. Okay, all that is done. I want to check the sausage in here. So that's my timer just went off. That was 30 minutes. Like literally just went off, which is great. So let's do that. We're going to we're going to temp the sausage. It does not look finished yet, but it could be. Again, lamb has a different color and consistency than pork, so I'm not positive where this is. Okay, that was it. That was 140, 146, 147. Okay, so we are 180. Perfect. 170. All right, perfect. Not perfect. It is what it is. So the ones on the outside obviously cooked faster. So we're going to move those. It's going to do two things here. We're going to move those to the center. The outside ones to the center. We're going to spin everything. We're going to top with the apples and the juice from the apples. And now once the apples are cooked, once the apples are soft, these will be ready to go. So my sausage here is going to end up cooking a little bit more than 150, which is fine, I guess. But we're going to give this maybe like 10 more minutes. I think it should be just about right. And 10 more minutes is going to be just enough time to clean up a little bit. Okay, so I'm not going to temp that sausage again because it was at 140 was the lowest. And if I give it 10 more minutes, it'll definitely be at the right temperature. And I think what I'll do with the sausage is I'm gonna take that in the. I'm gonna take that and keep those in the bowl, and then I'm gonna take the carrots and apples and put them in this bowl, so I can serve them separately. And we'll let the sausage sit in the pan. I'm gonna cover it with a little aluminum foil, and then again, once that has sat for a little bit, we'll crack the oven, let the oven kind of come down from as hot as it is. And once that happens, then we'll get our dinner, all of the rest of our dinner, in the oven. Yeah, we'll get the rest of our dinner in the oven and holding warm. I still can't open my fridge because Ash has decided to stay, which is super cute. The cat is still just here. We love to see that. I do in fact love to see that. It's very nice that he hangs out. That said, I would like to get in the fridge and put some things back, but that's okay. Again, we will just wait. We don't need to do that. It's not a requirement that we do that. Y'all, I got a bunch of honey for a couple things today. It was a good trip to the grocery store today. I did a lot of price comparison shopping today because I was only buying a few like staple things, but I actually had the space and capacity and time to like do some like price comparing that I don't always get to do. It's nice to like refresh my understanding around some of those things regularly. And so today was great, specifically around honey and applesauce. Interestingly enough, for both honey and applesauce today, the smallest portion that you could purchase was the lowest price per pound, which is not normal. I don't know why that was the case, but it was like for honey to buy like the little honey bear thing was almost $1 cheaper per pound than to buy the large volume things. Now that said, I bought the larger volume things because my use case is that I'm using like all of it, and I didn't want to empty all those little honey bears out and have to deal with all the plastic. But it was shocking. It was actually, I was like, what is happening here? Like that's, there was some of them, like I took a picture of it. The applesauce, I took a picture of it because I was like, this is not normal. Like not at all. This is not a normal situation. This shouldn't be happening like this. It was weird. But again, we're in weird times, so weird is normal. Weird is the new normal. I'm going to move this cake over to this plate. This looks great. I want to take a picture of it on this plate before I get to cutting and all of that. Wipe your camera lens. Y'all, if you take pictures with your phone, wipe your lens. Just wipe the camera lens with your shirt, with anything, with your sleeve. It doesn't matter. Like literally, wipe your lens, and your pictures will look better. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Okay. Muffins. Let's just we'll keep the muffins. I made you some content. Keep the muffins on the content. On the content. We'll put the muffins on the rack here. Let's get them out of the pan. Everything is cool enough now. So once the sausages are finished and I can sort of ignore what's in the oven again, we're going to get to cutting, tasting, and trying this cake. Because this is the important part of the stream. I don't really care if dinner comes out well. It'll be fine. We'll eat it no matter what. or we won't, or it'll be burnt and we won't. But these are like, I care if they are good or bad. I mean, I kind of care if dinner is good or bad, but not in the same way. All right, that is good. I have so many dish towels on the counter here. But let's take a picture of these muffins too. I need pictures of both the cake and the muffins, exterior and like interior versions of each. About 4 minutes left on the sausage, so let's just hold off because I don't want to start my brain on this when there's still this in the oven. I do want to put the few dishes that I have in the dishwasher away, because I have a bunch of dishes in the sink that are going to need to get into the dishwasher very soon here. So, Bob Newart, hello, welcome. Bob Newart, we made damn, that was loud. Applesauce cake muffins today. So they're like I would say they're cupcakes, but they look like muffins. But functionally it's from an applesauce cake. So like, I don't really know what to call them, honestly. I think just calling them applesauce muffins is probably where my head is going to land with them. But the cake does kind of look like cake. So that's good. And the recipe is intended to be cake. So the muffins are just a side quest to the actual recipe, which I'm writing. Okay, but we only have a few minutes on that, so we're not procrastinating here. I'm doing the thing that when I'm cooking without streaming happens automatically, which is just in any down moment, any like second of time that I have between any activity, I clean or tidy or package or whatever that looks like. It's so notable to me that when I'm streaming, the dishes over here pile up. And by the end of stream, I have like a whole sink of dishes to be done. When I'm cooking off stream, that literally never happens. Never, ever, ever, ever at all. There's never dishes in the sink. There's usually like a few. But like when I'm finished cooking and I'm not chatting and technologying and all that stuff, I'm literally just doing dishes between everything. Between every spare 10 seconds, it's just dish doing. It's kind of funny. Okay, let me turn the air conditioner on in my house because it is fucking hot in here. It's so hot in here. It's definitely the kitchen, and because the oven's been on and like it's hot outside. But the thermostat is off, like totally off. It is 28 degrees in here. So when I say that it's hot, I mean that it's above 80 degrees in the house. And I'm like, why is the cat sleepy? Because the cat is covered in fur and it's 80 degrees in my house. That's why. Oh my God. Do you want to come clean the dishes in your sink? I love doing dishes. Quite honestly. One of my favorite jobs that I had was dishes, like the spray sink. If you've ever worked in a kitchen, you instantly know what I'm talking about. But if you haven't, the spray sink in a kitchen is like a high powered, the dishes go in a big rack. They go through the spray sink and you spray all the solids off of them, and then they go into the commercial dishwasher. Like, it's just like a pre-clean, right? That job was so satisfying. It tickled my brain in like the literal best
Excuse me,
way.
Daddy? Sorry.
The best way.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy?
It was so good.
Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
When I'm done eating, I want to rest. Moon Dive says. Sometimes same. I have more lately been in the mindset of like when I'm done eating, I want to go for like a little walk and then rest. But like, I get it. When I'm done cooking, I want to sit down. Like after stream, I think is different than after cooking in general. Like when I say cooking in general, I mean like after stream is different. I have a different energy than if I've been like cooking all day offline. It is definitely a different scenario. Okay, we're going to take these sausages. I'm going to put them on a plate. I'm going to let them rest for a few minutes. Do these fit on this plate? I hope so. Whoa, whoa. All right, they do. I'm gonna toss the apples and carrots back in the oven for a few minutes, just a few. The apples aren't quite as soft as I was imagining them to be, so I want to keep heating them a little bit without the sausage being in the middle. Maybe like, actually, hold on. I'm gonna go big chunk. No. Nope. We're gonna let all that. We're gonna let these all sit together. Not together. The apples are fine. If the apples sit for a little while, they're going to get softer. Spaceballs, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Yeah, well, you know, pot wash with the spray sink. Oh, it's so good though. Yeah, the after supper walk plus like a little beverage is just the best. I take my coffee cup to the gym in the morning. Spaceballs, welcome in. Fintropic, hello, welcome in. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thanks for bringing friends through. Nice to have you. Welcome in. Friends who are hanging out here on this stream. Spaceballs, the username, is a fellow food and drink streamer. Although I know that you also, I don't believe that food and drink is the only thing that you do. It is how we know each other. But thank you for bringing friends. There's a shout out in chat, and it would be lovely if you'd go follow them. Because we love to support the food and drink community. And if you're not already following, please consider doing so. If you are not already following this channel, I want to tell you, if you've just joined us or if you were lurking, that follows are completely anonymous and silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no nothing. Ain't no chat messages, none of that. Followers are completely anonymous. So if you, like me, are just a big old lurker and just don't want to be perceived in chat, go on ahead and hit the follow button, and nothing happens until you ask for attention in the chat or through one of the channel point commands or whatever. Anyway, friends who just joined us, it is nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is a food and drink stream. I'm a home cook and recipe developer. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy you're here, and welcome in. Our stream is all about cooking and conversation, mostly vegetable-forward family meals and recipe development. We do baking, meal prep, snacks, cookies. We get out in the world to do IRL stuff. Community is pretty enthusiastic about food, but it is also basically just a chit-chatty, hanging out with your friend while they cook kind of stream. Occasionally there's cats. We have a cat right here. This is Ash. We maintain a nice space to lurk or chat, depending on what you want to do. If nobody's chatting, I'm going to fill the sound, the absence of chat with the sound of my voice. So feel free to just lurk if you're, hey, I like to have noise in the background type of person. Making dinner currently. We're gonna be actually no, did I just finish? I just finished. Hi-oh, we just finished making dinner. That was kind of amazing. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. Hold on. Let's not forget when we're done. I want to add these herbs to the apples and carrots, because why not? And I don't need this. I was going to put the carrots and apples in there separately, but I just decided to put them. I separated the sausage out. Anyway, we are peaking the mic today a lot. Sorry about that. Sorry, apologizes in Canadian. Welcome to all of our Canadian friends. If you are Canadian, please adopt me. Anyway, we were doing two things today. I just finished making dinner, waiting for my family to get home because I'm going to put a proposal forward for them when they get home that we can have dinner now and then you can go watch your iPad or we can watch One Piece or whatever. My son and I have been watching One Piece a lot recently. See for reference the shirt. Anyway, so I'm going to give them the option to either have dinner now and then like go our own way or wait for dinner for like 30-40 minutes. Anyway, dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. I really need to get into the fridge. Hold on. We're going to bother the cat. Or we're going to rotate just a little bit. Can I get in here? Hold on. Ashy Boo. So I'm going to move this cat forward as much as possible without disturbing. There we go. Okay, we did it. We did it. We moved the cat. Okay, we're going to move this like that. And now I can open the fridge just enough. This is the moment where I remember that I got feta cheese to put on top of here. And this is the moment where if I don't get it out, I will forget that it's there. And they will come in, it'll be all sorts of excitement, and I'll be like, do we want dinner? And they'll be like, ah! And I'll be like, ah! And they'll be like, yes, we want dinner now. And I'll be like, ah! And then I'll put it in a bowl and I'll like put it on the table and they'll be like, can you get me a drink? Can you get me a fork? Can you get me a spoon? Whatever. And then I'll be like halfway through dinner and I'll be like, damn it, the feta. So we're gonna get it out now. Cool. Yes, the timeout is funny. The timeout is, I think, the right amount of time. If any one of you in Gwen's background can find a Canadian, you can basically apply. I mean, basically my whole Instagram feed recently has been ads for like, come to Canada, come be a citizen, come get your permanent resident card. You can do it. And I'm always like, I don't trust the ads on Instagram, if I'm being honest. I just don't. Like, I don't. But my buddy James, who has been on stream with us before, is formally a citizen now. He's full in. He's never coming back. Which, like, good. Stay gone. I love it up there. I need to go back to Canada soon. I feel it. I feel like every once in a while, like at least once or twice a year, I need a dose of like, not even Canada, anywhere. Just like I've just been to Toronto and it's like, this is really nice. Yeah, mix, exactly. And I know that it's that, but I always consider that it's like grifter shit too. You know what I mean? Like that it's just someone trying to get your money or like whatever. It's an Instagram ad, so I'm skeptical, full stop. And we'll never not be skeptical. It's just how it is. But yeah, I mean, it definitely like looks at my content and followers and people I follow and is like, oh yeah, we thought you were Canadian already. Oh my God. I'm sure my family has lived in Canada at some point. I don't know who, but someone probably has. Everyone knows someone who like lived in upstate New York, which is basically very similar. All right, that feta is crumbled, and we're good. I'm ready. I'm ready to serve dinner now. That's where I'm at. I could, you know what? I'm not ready to serve dinner because what's going to happen is my family's going to be like, "We're ready. Let's do it." So sausage, vegetables, quinoa. Okay, so these are going to go on. I'm going to use the picnic plates today. The picnic plates are called picnic plates for two reasons. One, they're plastic. They're perfect for outdoor usage. Second, look at this and tell me that this doesn't remind you of a picnic. Just the color and the pattern. This is like picnic coated. Default back. Mini sandwich, welcome in. Okay, so I think I'm ready to put dinner on plates. That's good. We got all that ready. Perfect. Let's evaluate this cake. This is a retro apple cake. I'm gonna put it on a cutting board actually, so I can cut it easier. This is a sorry. The title of this in the book is applesauce cake. The recipe, as I'm publishing it, is just going to be called retro apple cake because the word retro is like super popular. The original recipe is from this book. It's called the New Delineator Cookbook. New Delineator Recipes. The New Delineator was a women's focused magazine from the early part of the 19th century. My recipe includes salted butter, sugar, applesauce, flour, baking soda, salt, nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves, raisins, and crystal, like big chunky sugar on it. This is we made two different versions of this today. Version 1, the published version, is going to be this cake. So what we're going to do is we're just going to cut this. I'm going to cut this and open it and just see what the inside looks like, just a cross section. I'm just going to cut it literally in half. That is dense, very dense. Hold on. Let's get a better view. There we go. Where the hell is my camera? There it is. This is very dense. It's squishy, but spongy. It kind of bounces back, which is a nice thing to have. The raisins look great. But that is our inside cake, and it is cooked all the way through. So let's take a photo of that. So I'm going to take a photo of that on the white plate because the background is better looking. It's a bit more of a contrast than on this brown cutting board. That, hold on. Let me get in a place where the light is not. There we go. Perfect. It is kind of like a fruit cake, but it's pretty dense. I'm curious about the sponginess. It cooked all the way through, and the other thing too, I let it cool. Oh my God. Justin Bieber. I remember. I remember when he was but a wee lad. The thing with cake and cooling it is it like if you don't, it's like bread. If you don't let it cool all the way, it does change the texture and flavor of the thing um pretty directly. If the steam doesn't stay inside, it like doesn't work as well. Um yeah, I was melting just a few moments ago when I looked at when I was like, why is it so damn hot? Anyway, these look good. So we're going to taste both of these, taste test both of these. This is the muffin. So this is the exact same thing. Like exact same batter, same dough, same recipe, different format. That also looks real good. Pretty happy with how that looks. And now we're going to taste test both of these. See if they were any good. I really love the texture of that. The raisins are well distributed. Um, I'm getting more tartness from raisin than sweetness from applesauce. That is really tasty though. Like the more I'm eating of that, the more I'm like, I feel like a little bit more salt. So what do I want in here? More salt. Like a little, I use an eighth of a teaspoon of salt. I'm going to bump that to a quarter. Because I think that just a little bit saltier would bring out all the flavors better. As is true of basically every dish on earth. Um, 1/8 to quarter teaspoon salt. And I almost want to add more sugar to that. It's a good density though. Like I don't want to add any more apple sauce to this because it will get, I don't need this. If this was any moister, it wouldn't work. This is this is holding together really well. So this is a piece of the cake, right? This is a centerpiece of the cake, and I'm holding it, and the top is like very slowly coming detached, but like this is holding together really well. That is a nice thick piece of cake. Mix, we cannot pivot to adding icing or glaze. That is not an option. There's the request was for an uniced cake. So as much as I would want to do that for this assignment, I cannot. I can adjust the ingredients that I have, but I cannot add complexity. I think what I might say with this, and again, this is a scenario where I might want to add honey as opposed to granulated sugar, which would increase the cost. But this is great. I'm really happy with the taste of this. This is a perfect like afternoon tea, coffee cake type of situation. I'm gonna eat. This is the exact type of thing that I will eat half of easily. Like this half, I could without a doubt eat all of that right now, or really at any moment. Could use cornstarch. What I can't do is use sugar and honey, which I would kind of like. But I think this is good. I think I'm just I could also add less raisins. Right? Part of my gripe is that it's too raisiny. And I'm trying to solve, and in my head I'm solving that problem by adding more of a different ingredient. I could just add less raisins. It's not going to make the cake any more or less dense. The raisins don't do anything for the texture of the cake. When I say the texture, I mean like the raisins are filler. They're not serving the same purpose as the eggs, the butter, and the flour. They're not doing the same work. So I feel like I might just add less raisins to this. It is very raisiny. It calls for a cup of raisins. So if I added 3/4 of a cup of raisins, that would probably be better. I was just sitting here like, how come Gwen and Calvin aren't home? I bet you any amount that they stopped somewhere to buy Pop Rocks. And could soak the raisins. That might be delicious. Then there would be like raisins and rum raisin ice cream, which are some of my favorite things. Rum raisin ice cream is so also extremely antiquated in terms of its place in the canon. Okay. Cool. This is really good. I'm very happy with this. I am very happy with how this turned out. I will also say it needs more sugar on top. It needs more crystallized, like what did I add? I added about a teaspoon of sugar. I'm gonna double that. Because one of the nice things about like pastries and things of that nature is that like that sugar crunch on the top of it, especially uniced cakes and things of that nature. Okay. My oven is sufficiently cool enough that it is just warm at this point. So we're going to pop the sausages in there. Okay. These are really good. I'm exceedingly happy with the texture, taste, and process for these. Tomorrow, I'm going to make this again twice. We're going to try a little bit of a different process, some minor adjustments and tweaks in the ingredients, and also going to use the stand mixer for one of these tomorrow, because I did both of these with the same hand mixer. It was a lot of work, and I also just want to be able to give proper timings for the stand mixer. So I want to make it not an effort to annoy. No, mix totally. There's some, and I get it. There's some really interesting stuff in here. One of the neat things that was in here that I have been trying to pitch unsuccessfully was, let's see if I can find it. These are all cold salads: fish salad, chicken salad, French dressing, shrimp salad, sardine salad. There was raisin rocks. This one was really fun. Ingredients are shortening, brown sugar, salt, flour, ginger, baking soda, molasses, and raisins. You cook the butter, sugar, molasses, ginger, and salt until it boils. So you're basically making like a caramel. You boil it for 5 minutes. Then you pour it into a bowl and stir in the flour and the baking soda until it is stiff enough to drop from a spoon. Then you add the raisins. You drop it from a spoon onto a greased pan and you bake them in a moderate oven, 380 degrees Fahrenheit. Just like raisins in a molasses caramel. It's, oh my God. That they sound so good. I have not made them, but I would like to make them. I'd like an excuse to make them and like take that recipe and make it a little different. But they have ones for coconut drops, coconut macarons. Oh, this was the other one that I thought was interesting. Cornets. Cornets. 3/4 cup of chopped popcorn. An egg white, brown sugar, butter, salt, and vanilla. You beat the egg white until very stiff, and still beating, you mix in the sugar. So you have sugar and egg white. It's basically a meringue. Melt the butter, and into this, stir the chopped popcorn, salt, and vanilla. So you stir popcorn into melted butter. Fold the two mixtures together and drop by spoonfuls onto a greased baking sheet. Bake at 350 for 15 minutes. They're like caramelized popcorn meringues. Like, that sounds so good. But they're really fascinating. Really, really kind of weird. Not weird, but interesting stuff. Those are the two that I've been like, I want to make these. I like need to make these, but I haven't made them personally yet. I'm trying to make them. I'm trying to like, there's a bunch of places that I talk to that do like retro style recipes. And so I've been pitching them, but unsuccessfully. I see you. I just took some photos of them. If you send me a message in Discord, I will respond to it with that. So yeah, the answer is yes, and please remind me via a message. Okay. So I don't know where my family is. I thought they would be home by now. They're not. So we are just about wrapped up here. I'm not going to plate up dinner because I don't know where they are. Currently they are, where are they? The fuck are they doing there? Anyway, that's a weird place for them to be. Not anywhere that I would have predicted, but okay, cool. Not harmful or odd, just like an odd location in the city. I have questions. Anyway, I'm going to be live again tomorrow. We're going to wrap up for today. I'm not going to plate dinner because I don't have an ETA on their arrival back at home. So I don't want to do that yet. We will get there eventually when we get there. Anyway, let's see who's on the internet today doing some cooking and other types of things. So we have who do we have? I'm looking for food and drink creators. I see our good friend Kanara is live. What is Kanara doing? Kanara is cooking, usually, yes. Kanara is in the, she's in the just chatting category. Should I stream in just chatting? Did more people look in just chatting for food streamers? I literally never stream in the just chatting category, but I understand that a lot of streamers who cook will do that because it's somehow better exposure or something. I'm not gonna do that in this moment, but I understand that it is a thing that some people do. Let's also look at who is live in my following I think I'm going to stay in food and drink. But I'm not sure. Oh, you know who I'd like to raid? Hold on. If they're still live. Yeah, they're still live. Okay. Sometimes I don't refresh on my stream. You know who I'd like to raid, who I don't know if we've ever raided, but who has raided here before. So I think we're going to do that. One of my favorite little hanging out and lurking streams. I do think that's where we're going to go. Give it a try sometime and see if you notice any difference. Fair. You know, giving it a try and just seeing what happens is like the best advice, honestly. Like genuinely good advice. I would love to go raid Diana the dog groomer. Dian. Diana the dog groomer. There she is. Amazing. Fantastic. Diana is currently bathing her personal dogs, Ophelia and Kane. Diana is a friend of the stream, has raided here plenty of times, several times. Oh, plenty, maybe plenty is a bit generous. I don't know about
Goodbye.
plenty, several at least. Anyway, I do see Darth on. We love Darth. We love Darth for Baca as well. Friends who are hanging out on YouTube, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. If you are inclined to come back, we'll be back tomorrow. There's a schedule available for you. Command schedule. And
All right.
But thanks
Take
for
care
hanging
now.
out. I appreciate you.
Bye-bye
We'll see you
then.
later.